as the storm system is expected to move in late Friday night through early Sunday morning. Saturday, though, is likely to be the day with the most impact. The exact timing and types of precip, that remains uncertain. Could it be rain? Could it be snow? Could it be ice? Well, all are possibilities. The storm could affect areas from Texas to the Carolinas, with Middle Tennessee really being in the bullseye at the moment, potentially for the snow. Current predictions suggest a 20 to 40% chance of at least 3 inches of snow, and some minor ice accumulation is also possible, especially south of I-40. Again, it's just a matter of keeping an eye on things, and just the timing of all this is what will make the difference. In other news, the U.S. military might...
After anti-ICE protesters disrupted this Sunday's service, the Justice Department says it's now investigating. 1,500 active duty soldiers are on alert for possible deployment to Minnesota. Those troops just on standby.
We now move overseas, where human rights activists in Iran say they believe over 4,000 people are now believed to have been killed in Tehran's bloody crackdown on nationwide protests there. Another 9,000 deaths are said to be under review, and 26,000 people are in custody. Masa Ali Mardani, the associate director of Witness, that's an international nonprofit organization, says an internet blackout in Iran, now in its 12th day, is an attempt to both tamp down protests and hide the true scale of what she calls a massacre.
The scale is really unprecedented. I mean, if you speak to any Iranian that has any connection inside of Iran, they know at least one person that has died in these protests, if not handfuls of individuals, if not handfuls of individuals across every single neighborhood in Iran. It's very hard to describe the total scale of the deaths.
Let's go ahead now and take a look at the market numbers report brought to us by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found at beaconcm.com. The Dow before the opening bell, it is down, way down, 733. The S&P's down 112. The NASDAQ, it's down 503. All of this supposedly because of the fear over Trump's new tariff threat over Greenland. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. They're up next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. We normally don't have any real traffic issues this time of the morning at 5 minutes past 5 a.m. Today, however, sadly, a different story. We've got a couple of injury crashes already. One 2nd Avenue South and Lafayette Street. The other in Ashland City, Little Marrowbone Road at Higdon Road. Both of those crashes happening within the past 30 minutes. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you're doing well. It is flippin' freezing outside. It is like, what is it, Jay? Like 12, 13, 14, 15 degrees, something like that?
Well, in downtown Nashville, because of all the cement and all that stuff, it's 15 degrees here.
A balmy 15 in downtown Nashville.
Yeah. My truck said it was 14 in Murfreesboro when I headed in this morning.
12 degrees when I was in Mount Juliet on my way in. And we've got that whole lake effect thing because I'm by the lake.
Yep, 12 out in Robertson County, too. It's not fun.
No, it is not fun.
Do you ever run out before you're ready to leave the house and start the car?
No.
You don't get that thrill of the cold air waking you up like that?
I walk out, and what I do, that's actually a good idea. But no, I walk out, and it is just freezing, and I'm driving for about 3-4 minutes before my heater finally warms up the car. So, because, I don't get the advantage of parking in the garage like my wife does. Because all of her crap is on one side of the garage where I would be parking. Don't get me started so early in the morning on how I'm so mistreated in my home.
It's good for the immune system. The Scandinavians leave their babies out in the snow.
Is that what it is? Okay. Yeah, we've got, in most garages, right? So you got a 2-car garage. Her car on the right-hand side can fit right in. On the left-hand side, whole bunch of boxes. And I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a hint as to whose boxes they are. The little woman with her big boxes.
Boxes and bags and old empty sacks.
Anyway, moving right along. So I get to, but it helps me wake up. I'm wide awake this morning, and despite the fact that I stayed up for most of that national championship game.
Yeah, it was a pretty good game. I mean, it wasn't a blowout or any of that. It was a good game.
No, love the Hoosiers, and so now that coach, and I'm not well versed on college football, but that Hoosiers coach, I mean, that dude. Only 2 losses over the past couple of years, a perfect season. So it's just the clock's ticking as to when he will end up at a bigger, better college, bigger, better job, maybe go pro. Who knows?
So he's already said, Cignetti's already said that he won't go to the NFL. He knows he's a college coach. So I think we might be seeing in this new era of college football the next Nick Saban.
Really?
Just how committed he is to the program. I think he's going to build up Indiana as opposed to, ditch it for something better. I mean, they just won the national championship. What more could you ask for?
Titans have a new coach?
Robert Saleh.
Now, Robert Saleh, he is also known, I don't know if you know this, Robert Saleh is also known as the coach that the Titans should have hired, which was the Buffalo Bills coach that just got fired.
Oh,
so they should have.
Yeah.
They should have hired that Buffalo Bills coach, from what I understand.
Sean McDermott, that guy. But I think the timing just didn't work out in the Titans' favor. They were just too far down the road with these other candidates.
Yeah, it seems like probably what happened. And let's be honest, I don't know if the Titans would be high on this dude's list of teams to go to.
So here's what's crazy. The other teams that made their hires, Atlanta hired Stefanski, the Browns coach. Then you've got Miami. They hired Hafley, the Packers DC. All of these teams hired their coaches before they had their second meeting with the Titans. So they made sure that they didn't come back to Nashville, and they got their guys.
Nobody wants to come to Nashville.
Robert Saleh apparently does, and more power to him.
Well, awesome. I'm sure he'll suffer the same fate as all the other coaches. because it's not a coaching problem, in my opinion.
It's an ownership problem.
Thank you, Jay. It's a GM problem. It's an ownership problem. So anyway, but whatever. This is not a sports show, so let's move right along. So Mike Johnson, just to kind of tell you where we're going this morning on this very cold Tuesday, January 20th, President Trump, I cannot wait to hear his speech to the World Economic Forum in Davos. That is going to be very cool. Will you do me a favor, if you would, Sam, and just keep an eye out for audio from Mike Johnson, House Speaker Mike Johnson, who apparently, from what I understand, gave quite the speech to the World Economic Forum. I have no idea, but they were very impressed with it. So if we could maybe find some audio bites, that would be great. Also, some pretty good polling news for the Republicans coming out yesterday. A couple of different polls, as a matter of fact. You know, just when you think that all is lost for the midterm elections, and by the way, that's not me. I'm actually very excited for the midterm elections. A couple of new polls have come out and shows that the Republicans are actually looking pretty darn good heading into the midterm elections. We, of course, have all of the issues going on still in Minnesota. You've got Don Lemon. This dude needs to just shut the hell up, but he doesn't because he just enjoys saying stupid things. We've got all the latest on Iran, all the latest on Greenland, how Donald Trump threatening to take over Greenland, the tariffs. Jay was reporting on how the futures, the numbers right now are down because of Trump's threats to tariff these other nations as it relates to Greenland. So that is having an impact on the market. There is just a lot to get through. So let's get right to it. Of course, protests in Minnesota, they do continue. ICE continues to be attacked. There doesn't seem to be really much of an end to this. Jacob Fry, of course, we spoke yesterday about how the mayor from Minneapolis says that the city, his city, is under siege from federal agents, and we still have. Can we just, for the love of all that is holy, Jay, we have not done the Insurrection Act as of yet. Donald Trump has not called for the Insurrection Act.
No.
I know that he has not. So we've got 1,500 law enforcement simply waiting for President Trump to order that Insurrection Act. I wish that he would, because I think the people who are watching all of this, I think that people, I'm sorry, the squirrel moment. Hey, guys, Donald Trump apparently speaking with CNN. Trump questions Denmark's claim to Greenland. They're saying this is a developing story. CNN apparently has some audio. I think it was taped a few minutes ago. Can you see if you can find that for me, Sam, if you would? Donald Trump talking to CNN. It's a gaggle. And he's questioning whether or not Denmark has a claim to Greenland. If you could find that audio for me, that'd be great. So I personally really wish that Donald Trump would call for that Insurrection Act, because I'm, you know, when Donald Trump raised the middle finger, hoisted that middle finger to that heckler in Michigan last week, that's how I basically feel about the world right now. This is how I feel about, you know, the Europeans who were, you know, peeing in their pants about, Trump taking over Greenland. This is how I feel about the blue-haired grannies in Minnesota attacking ICE. There is a great video. I'm going to see if I can find it because I didn't want to dwell on it. There's a great video of a woman, and I'm sorry that I'm continue to find these things amusing. A woman gets out of her car, illegally parks, gets out of her car, starts walking towards a guy. I don't remember who exactly it was, but Nick Sorter. It may have been Nick Sorter. At least I may have seen that on his X feed. Woman is yelling at him and won't stop walking towards him, and she's attacking his equipment. He takes out some pepper spray, Jay, and just right there like a can of Raid right in her eyes.
Yes.
And you know what? I'm sorry. And the guy even said, I think it was Nick Sorter. I don't remember. But guy says, FAFO. You know? I mean, that's it. FAFO. By the way, there was some big news last night, courtesy of the Department of Homeland Security. Got this from Fox News.
They have arrested a total of some 3,000 illegal immigrants in Minnesota, including over the weekend, several convicted of crimes such as homicide and sexual assault. Meantime, several dozen protesters remain here at the federal building, protesting the actions of federal agents, but they are staying behind the newly erected barriers put here by the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department. It is a simple and effective, so far, measure that raises the obvious question: why didn't local law enforcement do this last week?
All right, so behind this reporter, sounds like he's from Britain or something, but behind this reporter, you've got all of these protesters, and they're behind, like, it looks like wooden barriers or something, just obviously some sort of a barrier. And that's where they are. And so the guy is saying, why the heck didn't the local authorities do this last week? Now, are they going to stay behind the barriers? I don't know. But you did hear that right. Over 3,000 arrests. That is huge. And, we know the kind of people that have been arrested. The reporter has a great point, of course, about the local cops and Tim Walz and Greg Fry. So we've got 3,000 people arrested. A whole bunch of them have criminal records, obviously. And of course, they're all illegal aliens as well. So they have that on them as well. But, you look at these, these barriers. These barriers could have saved Renee Good's life. They could have saved Renee Good's life. As a matter of fact, if local authorities had actually done their jobs and kept all of these, insane, blue-haired grannies, middle-aged women, always screaming, BLM types, always screaming and attacking the ICE agents, Renee Good perhaps would still be alive. And I think that that's a fair statement to make. So you have all of these people that have been going after ICE, and they've been unencumbered. And so people are being pepper sprayed. Unfortunately, you had Renee Good that was killed because of her own actions. And so you see all of these things that are going on. How much of this could have been avoided if Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, and the state leaders, the state officials, had told local law enforcement, you need to keep these people out of the way of ICE. Remember, Walz is always out there saying that Donald Trump wants the violence to happen. We're going to talk about that straight ahead. Little late for traffic, 8 to 17. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Yes, Dan, a couple of problems still exist. First of all, an injury crash, 2nd Avenue South at Lafayette Street. Also out in Ashland City, another injury accident, Little Marrowbone Road at Higdon Road. Neither of these issues, though, causing any significant delays. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
518, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so Jay, apparently I was wrong. I'm spreading fake news again. Apparently Mike Johnson did not give a speech to the World Economic Forum. He gave it to the UK Parliament.
Yes, he's in Britain.
Which is basically the same thing.
In the British Parliament. Yeah, I do have a little bit of audio in the 5:30 newscast on that.
Why did you go ahead and play it now?
Okay.
Because I find it actually, there's another bite that I want to play that will complement what you play. So just real quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead and play it.
And this is about stock futures on Wall Street dropping overnight after the president's tariff threat against these EU nations that are opposed to this whole Greenland thing. And Johnson, he made an indirect reference to the fight over the Arctic territory. He addressed, as you say, the British Parliament in London earlier today because it's later in the day there. The speaker saying his mission there is to, quote, calm the waters.
Clearly, President Trump is taking seriously the modern and dynamic threats that China and Russia pose to our global security, especially in focus the last few days as it relates to the Arctic.
Well, and again, he has some other things that he said, but there's just a little snippet.
All right, thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. We'll get, as soon as these audio bites start coming out of Mike Johnson's speech, to the UK Parliament. We'll be sure and play some of them for you. Has anybody paid attention to the battle going on between Don Lemon and Nicki Minaj?
I appreciate the accurate description.
So, unfortunately, I can't really say what Nicki Minaj said.
You can show the tweet for the YouTube chat.
I can't show the tweet for the YouTube chat. I've got to think about whether or not I should, because there's always the you can, but should you? And this is one of those things where I will say this: Don Lemon is accusing Nicki Minaj of a homophobic slur, I guess, a homophobic comment, whatever it is. So I'm going to have to try and figure out a way to do this because, Lemon fired back at her. And so it's a big back and forth between Nicki Minaj and Don Lemon, which a lot of people are talking about. Don Lemon, let me tell you something. He can act all uppity and offended, but the reality is that Don Lemon absolutely loves all of this attention. Wait till you hear what he had to say coming up next. It is 5:22. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper in for Joan Jones. Jay is here for today, and Joan does return tomorrow. But for now, Jay's here for 5:30. Jay, what do we got coming up?
Yeah, as you can imagine, a lot of folks wondering what in the world's going on with the weekend weather. Just how much milk and bread should we load up on? Well, we've got that that story coming up at the bottom of the hour. That will pretty much lead things off at 5:30 on Super Talk.
526. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, so I've actually realized that in reading Don Lemon's response to Nicki Minaj, I don't know if I can actually read any of this. Like the back and forth is very vitriolic. So
Yeah, Nikki's not known for her clean language.
no, she's not. I probably shouldn't have wandered in. So one of the things, I'm just going to paraphrase. One of the things, can you explain? Hey, Sam, watch this. Hey, Jay.
Yes, Dad.
Can you explain who exactly Nicki Minaj is to me?
Just some. Well,
All right. Hey, Sam, can you explain who Nicki Minaj is?
I can't say the word on the air.
She's a female rapper, most notably recently at America Fest.
Yeah. She's like a converted Trump supporter now because of what he has done for Venezuela.
Well, and it all for her started when the COVID mandates were coming down, and one of her friends suffered heart problems from getting one of the vaccines. She was canceled by the left the second she spoke out about it.
Okay, so Nicki Minaj is now a converted from a Donald Trump hater to a Donald Trump supporter for a couple of different issues. So now Don Lemon does his stupidity, which we covered extensively yesterday in the church. And so Nicki Minaj, you can go ahead if you want. You can show the screen. I have not shown the entirety of the message because I'm not comfortable keeping my job in showing the entire message. So she says to Don Lemon after she throws down what many would call a homophobic slur. And then she says, "How dare you? I want that thug in jail," she says. "He would never do that to any other religion," she says. "Lock him up," she says. And that is Nicki Minaj going after Don Lemon because he invaded that church with all of those other people.
I don't see. I saw the tweet in question. I don't believe that to be a homophobic slur. That was an everyday saying in the 90s on the streets of New York.
And that's all fine, well, and good. You're right. I'm still not comfortable showing it on my YouTube feed because
And it's probably accurate.
I am paid by people who would not be happy if I showed that on the screen. Lemon responded by ripping Minaj in a video posted to Instagram on Monday. "Stop talking about crap," and I'm going to sanitize this. "Stop talking about crap for which you know nothing about. You are out of your depth." Don Lemon, of all people, is calling Nicki Minaj out of her depth, even though if you ask Nicki Minaj, who exactly is it? See, now I'm mad. Who exactly is it that ICE is arresting? Nicki Minaj will tell you the truth. Did Don Lemon tell you the truth yesterday? No. Don Lemon was like, "Oh yeah, the ICE and the Trump administration, they're going after naturalized natural born citizens. They're going after people who have never committed any crimes. All that kind of stuff." That leftist talking point. And the reality is, Nicki Minaj has far more truth in what I no doubt know that she would say about what ICE is doing than what Don Lemon said yesterday when he was talking about how, illegal aliens commit fewer crimes than American, natural-born American citizens, which is an absolute BS leftist talking point that is so easy to blow holes right through. So, whatever. And then he says, "You are a homophobic bigot. You don't care about African Americans. You are not an African American." And so now Lemon is saying, "You're not black unless you agree with all the other black folks out there."
Where have I heard that before? Well, I've heard the "you're not black" from former President Joe Biden. Unless you
that's
voted
right.
for him.
That's
you know
right.
what's recirculating and going viral right now that I'd love to see Don Lemon, kind of counteract with is President Obama giving Tom Homan a medal for his work as the director of ICE. After that, to that point, I think he deported 920,000 people. Same guy.
Same guy. All right, it is 5:31, running late. Jay Harper's got the news now on WTN.
31 minutes past 5 a.m., and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Traffic and weather on the way. Weather really at the forefront of our lead-in story here. Middle Tennessee, yeah, we might be in for a wintry weekend. A storm system is expected to move in late Friday night and last all weekend long. Well, at least through Sunday morning. Saturday, though, likely the day, then we might get hit with whatever's coming. The exact timing and types of precip still remain rather uncertain. It could be rain, could be snow, could be ice, could be all of the above. The storm could affect areas from Texas all the way to the Carolinas. Middle Tennessee, though, looks like it might be in the crosshairs of any snowfall. Current predictions suggested a 20 to 40% chance of at least 3 inches of snow with minor ice accumulation also possible, especially south of I-40. We're still in kind of a wait-and-see situation. DOJ officials say the protesters who disrupted church services in St. Paul, Minnesota on Sunday were anti-Christian, anti-law enforcement rioters. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio's on the investigation that is underway.
The Justice Department says it's investigating after video posted online by Black Lives Matter shows protesters entering that church in St. Paul, where they say one of the pastors is a local ICE official. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says the protest interrupting a church service is a potential violation of the FACE Act.
The FACE Act is the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act. That happened back in 94, and it makes it illegal to obstruct or prevent people from obtaining reproductive health services or exercising religious freedoms in places of worship. Let's turn now to the Money Report. Beacon Capital Management brings it to us. You can find them at beaconcm.com. Here is Jim Ryan.
President Trump tomorrow joins business and political leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Overshadowing the gathering, Trump's demands for a U.S. takeover of Greenland and threats of new tariffs against countries that stand in the way. The international drama is weighing on U.S. stocks. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was poised to lose more than 800 points at the opening bell. The potential percentage losses for the S&P and NASDAQ were even heavier at around 2%. One of the president's newest feuds is with a city, Dallas, Texas. Last year, the New York Stock Exchange launched NYSE Texas as a fully electronic equities exchange. Trump now calls it, quote, an unbelievably bad thing for New York. The designer whose name is forever associated with a color, Valentino Red, has died. Valentino Garavani designed a wedding gown for Elizabeth Taylor and dressed Oscar winners including Sharon Stone and Penelope Cruz. Valentino has died at 93.
Let's take a look at the stock futures. The Dow, it's down 691. The S&P down 106. The NASDAQ, it's down 477. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. There next, I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Still working to clear this crash, 2nd Avenue South at Lafayette Street. That was classified as an injury accident about an hour ago. Aside from that, everything else looking mighty smooth this morning in the metro area. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.539 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't know. I didn't realize Jay Harper broke some news. Did you hear Jay break the news?
I usually break something else, but what did I do, Dan?
We said ICE is coming to Nashville. The border people, ICE, not just.
Oh, yeah.
See, I thought that was funny. All right, so everybody's thinking about Greenland. By the way, Super Text line is now open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Had a lot of people comment, actually, yesterday. We were talking about how I don't believe that these European nations are strong enough to defend Greenland. Certainly Denmark isn't, but defend Greenland against Russia or China, because quite frankly, the European nation, they can't even defend themselves against Muslims. They allowed Muslims to just rampage across their countries. You talk about Germany, you talk about the United Kingdom, you talk about all of these various, Poland seems to be the only country in Europe that actually understood the threat to the European continent. So now you have these same people that allowed Muslims to take over their country and try to cancel their culture. And essentially, they're not doing anything about it. European nations, UK, Germany, all of them, they're doing nothing to protect their own people.
Dan, if you want any further proof about the Muslim takeover of the UK, do you know what the number one boy's name was in the UK last year?
It's been Mohammed last couple of years.
Yeah.
And you've got people that are being perpetually stabbed in the street. That's not, Islamophobic. That's a fact.
They're calling for knife control.
So you have all of these people that are being knifed and killed and all of these things that are going on. Do you really think they're going to be able to, you really think these weak A leaders are going to be able to protect Greenland from the likes of Russia and China? No, they're not going to be, because they are weak. They are weak and they are woke, and they're allowing their people to be killed. So you have that, and again, a lot of people emailed me and sent messages and so forth about that. I do stand by those comments, but here's the other thing, is that there is a very long history of Donald Trump wanting to, I should say the United States, wanting to take over Greenland. It does make all the sense in the world, as I've said many times now, that if we are the driving force financially and militarily behind NATO, then we should have access to Greenland. Got some video. Mark Thiessen was on Fox News. He is a writer for the Washington Post. He's a contributor for the Fox News folks. And he says, listen, he's got a solution.
What's going to happen? The way out of this is very simple. You go in, you negotiate with the Danes on a new military treaty that allows us to do anything we want militarily, build any bases we have, put the Golden Dome in. You get a minerals deal similar to the one we have with Ukraine, where we share the profits with the people of Greenland, and you have an agreement that there'll be no Chinese, no Russian presence, and then you let them have sovereignty, put their flag up, and they can pay for the health care, the universal health care, and the free college for the 57,000 people in Greenland, and problem solved.
I mean, listen, kind of makes sense. If we can get Greenland from a geopolitical and military standpoint, if we can get access to those resources, and we have the ability to further protect NATO and further protect America, that seems to make sense.
We talk about it all the time. We talk about what is said,
Brett Baer,
what is tweeted versus what is happening. the iceberg above the water as far as the attention and the iceberg below the water as far as what the ultimate goal and what's going to happen. Could that be what's happening here?
This is Brett Hume.
I would think so, Brad. And remember this, if you're trying to understand Donald Trump, you can look at what he does most of the time as a never-ending quest for leverage in dealing with other people, other politicians, and other nations. And I think, as Mark suggests, that's what's going on here. I don't think he's going to militarily attack Greenland. I think he'd love to buy it if the Danes would sell it to him.
Yeah.
But I think the kind of agreement that Mark has just outlined is probably very much in prospect. At least the president would settle for that.
Yeah, I think that is what Donald Trump does, right? What Donald Trump does is he, lights the place on fire, and then he says, okay, let's negotiate. And that is the way that he does things. It does make a whole lot of sense. And I think that, I was talking to, I forget who it was. Was it Stephen Bucci? I think it was Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation a couple of weeks ago or a couple of days ago, where part of this is NATO and these European leaders, they have this sort of reflexive reaction to everything Donald Trump does, and it's just like the Democrats in our country, where they're just doing whatever they can to stop Donald Trump, regardless as to if what the president wants to do makes sense. And it does seem to make sense. And they're talking in this segment, I didn't hear this part, but they were talking in this segment, and we've talked about it before, where we've been looking to get our hands on Greenland for a long, long time. And so Donald Trump is getting ready to light up the World Economic Forum. It's always funny. Some people, this was a couple of years ago, if I'm not mistaken, where people were freaking out because Trump was going to speak or did speak at the World Economic Forum. He blasted the World Economic Forum. So, and this is going to be one of those moments for Donald Trump where he is going to go in there and, as our friend Brian Wilson would say, he's going to talk about, what is it, how the cow eats the cabbage? I think that's what Brian says. I should not invoke Brianisms because I don't exactly know something about the cow eating the cabbage. Jay, do you remember what Brian used to say about the cows and the cabbage?
No, I can't say that I do.
He'd talk about how he's going to tell him about the cows eating the cabbage, I think is what he used to say.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
That's also perhaps what Donald Trump will tell the World Economic Forum. Shake it off, man. He's going to say, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get Greenland one way or another. And that is basically what Donald Trump has been saying. So, bottom line is we can do it the easy way or the hard way. All right. We got a lot of stories to talk about today. Ilhan Omar is under investigation. We are going to get to that. There are some very good, there's some very good polling news for the Republicans as well. We're going to talk about that. We do have I don't know, should I go ahead and play some of these comments from Don Lemon? Because I got to tell you, there is some audio. Let me go ahead and play it. I'll go ahead and play it now. I'm not going to set it up properly, but I might as well play it here. This is Don Lemon. And he's talking about why it is that he has now become the face of this church protest. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. I'll set this up in a better way probably in the next hour, but Don Lemon, he doesn't understand why there is such outrage over what happened in that church over the weekend.
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male, pretty much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And, I said, I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand that I'm the biggest name there. And I'm also, as I was on with my producers this morning, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America. And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think
he's got to get over himself. Like Don Lemon has got to get over himself. So a couple of things. and it's like, where do I even begin? See, I shouldn't have done this because there's a lot to that. But when he talks about a certain amount of entitlement that churchgoers, that's kind of, he's disrespectfully, that's what he's talking about. Where he talks about this certain degree of entitlement. Yeah, Don, we are entitled under the Constitution to be able to practice our religion. See, everybody, including Don Lemon, people of his ilk on the left, they keep talking about how these folks have their right to protest, but what about the people in the church and their right to practice their religion? Nobody wants to talk about that. So there's that. And, we were talking yesterday, and Nicki Minaj, I would say this to Nicki Minaj, who had that homophobic comment, whatever, and you can put that in air quotes, whatever. Do you know that the least amount of my issues with Don Lemon is his sexuality? Like, I believe the things that he says are so stupid and so historically wrong and so bass-ackwards and narcissistic and petulant that I don't care what or who he does in the bedroom. I don't care about that. I find what he says to be so incredibly horrifying. Yesterday, we went over the laws that ban people or mobs like the one you joined, the ones we played yesterday. And, here's the deal. When you have these mobs or these protesters going into a church, guess what that is? That is illegal. And so he is going to get wrapped up in all of this. And the other thing that I've noticed with him, of course, is he always manages to find a way to work in, right, white supremacy and white males and the fact that he is a gay black man in America. If we did a drinking game for every time Don Lemon invoked one of those two things in your average conversation, we'd be drunk by the 6 o'clock hour. Got a lot more straight ahead. 5:50, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. You can also find us on the socials. If you want to watch us on X, you want to watch us on YouTube, you can. If you want to download our podcast after the show, you can always do that as well. We have individual segments. We also have everything edited together, I guess, in one big block of audio. I don't know what we do, but a lot of people do that as well. It is 5:51, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay's got the news coming up at 6. Jay.
Yeah, everybody, keeping an eye to the sky, wondering what in the world's happening with the weather for the weekend. We'll be on top of that. Also, stock futures are a little shaky over the president's threat about some big tariffs over this whole Greenland issue. We'll have all of that at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Scott Bessent has backed Donald Trump in the administration's push to take control of Greenland. 2805 out there has been absolutely triggered by this conversation of the United States taking over Greenland. I don't know what else to tell you, 2805, and I'll try to speak slowly for you. He says that Greenland is not ours to take. We're looking to buy Greenland. And I played you audio from Mark Thiessen. I played you audio from Brett Hume. I have said this myself. I believe that Donald Trump is setting the table for a purchase of Greenland. Now, do I honestly believe? I think I had Andy Ogles in here. Even Andy said, Congressman, I don't believe that we are going to try to militarily take over Greenland. I just don't think that we're going to do it. But right now, what the administration is doing is they're trying to make a play for Greenland, as we have in years past. So the more that the president talks about this, he's going to deliver what I believe is going to be a fire and brimstone speech coming up, I guess, tomorrow at the World Economic Forum, and he's going to be speaking to all of those European leaders. So, and by the way, do I also believe that Donald Trump, if he doesn't get his way, are we going to just say, screw it, we're going to leave Greenland? No, of course not. We have too many assets. We've got thousands of military members in Greenland at that hard-to-pronounce air base in Greenland, where we've got radar detection, we've got, all kinds of protection from missiles. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we do in Greenland. So again, not to belabor the point, but it does make sense if we at least have a conversation. The other question is, do Greenlanders want to be part of the United States, or do they want to stay with Denmark? Well, according to polling, the Greenlanders supposedly want to stay with Denmark. So, that's one of those things. You heard Mark Thiessen talk about, you know what? Hey, would you do me a favor, Sam? How many people actually live on Greenland? I think, didn't Andy Ogle say 30,000? 50,000.
Yeah.
So 50,000 people. So as Mark Thiessen said, you know what? Most people can be bought. So you offer them something, and you offer to try to sort of, mine those resources, those incredible resources that Greenland has, and somehow you are able to make it worth the while of those 50,000 people that live on Greenland, then, okay, that's one problem that has been solved. In other words, there are ways to handle this. And don't forget, Donald Trump is one heck of a negotiator, art of the deal and all of that stuff. And you know what's amazing is that whenever people seem to count out Donald Trump, you know what happens? You know what happens? He ends up ultimately accomplishing what he wanted to accomplish. So there is a lot going on as far as Greenland. We'll continue to talk about it. The European nations, they're not for the president even making any kind of a conversation regarding taking over Greenland. I get it. You have the bazooka tariffs, I think they called them, from these European countries. So they're going to go after our tariffs. Donald Trump is threatening, tariffs on these countries as well. So there's going to be a lot of back and forth, and there's going to be a lot of meetings going on in Davos at the World Economic Forum. The president's going to give a speech. I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say, but it's going to be a lot deeper than just the president's speech. There's going to be a lot more meetings behind the scenes where the president is going to stand, sit down with these various leaders, and they're going to try to work out a deal. That is not a bad thing. Okay, coming up in the next hour, we've got reaction to Don Lemon and what he did inside that church. Harmeet Dillon and the DOJ, they are going after not only apparently those protesters that went into the church, but they are specifically going after Don Lemon. Lemon, of course, has his own defense of his actions, so we'll talk about that. I played you a little bit of that presentation a few minutes ago where Lemon came out and he basically said people who go to church are entitled. They feel like, the nation should revolve around their Christianity. Oh, yeah, and they're all a bunch of white supremacists as well. So not much has changed with Don Lemon, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the economy and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6 a.m., and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Weather is certainly a top story. We'll also have a traffic report here shortly. Middle Tennessee, we might be in for a rather wintry weekend. A storm system expected to move in late Friday night and potentially go all the way through Sunday morning. Saturday, though, perhaps the day that we'll see the brunt of all this. The exact timing and types of precip just not really known as of yet. Could be rain, could be snow, could be ice, could be all of that. The storm could affect areas from Texas all the way to the East Coast to the Carolinas. Middle Tennessee kind of in the crosshairs potentially for the snowfall. Current predictions say at least a 20 to 40% chance of at least 3 inches of snow. Some forecasts say we could get double digits in inches of snow and some ice accumulation also possible, especially south of I-40. Again, just kind of a wait and see at this point. Just stay with us. We'll keep you posted. Territorial claims between allies only allow our enemies to divide us. That's the message from a member of the Danish parliament in the New York Times opinion section, responding to President Trump's tariff threats over the U.S. push to acquire Greenland. ABC's Lindsay Davis spoke to that Danish politician, Ida Auken.
Tariffs are not a good weapon because they hit your own consumers. They are the ones paying the tariffs. Right now, we see Americans having a lot of problems buying groceries, buying eggs, buying all kinds of stuff. And these tariffs are just making it worse.
Stock futures on Wall Street did drop overnight after the president's tariff threat against EU nations opposed to the U.S. acquiring Greenland. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson making an indirect reference to the fight over the Arctic territory when he addressed the British Parliament in London. The speaker saying his mission there, though, is to calm the waters.
It is a profound honor to be speaking in Parliament today, to be the first U.S. Speaker of the House ever given this honor, and I take it very seriously.
And again, the Speaker, Mike Johnson, speaking to the British Parliament. Well, if you didn't stay up last night to watch the national championship football game, the Indiana Hoosiers, the new college football national champs, they defeated Miami last night, 27-21. Indiana finishes the season a perfect 16-0. Here's Sean McDonough with the call at the end of the game on ESPN Radio.
Mendoza took the snap. He was on the goal line, so had to lunge for it. He did, and the celebration begins. Kurt Signetti has led the Indiana Hoosiers to the national championship in one of the great coaching jobs of all time, in one of the great turnarounds in American sports history. The Indiana Hoosiers are football national champions.
Well, if you bet on those guys at the beginning of the season to win that championship, you made yourself some cash. Stock futures, let's take a look at those before the opening bell. Everything is down. The Dow down 628, the S&P down 104, the NASDAQ, it's down 478. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Our only traffic issue at the moment, we do have a crash on I-40 eastbound at exit 210B. That's right at the 65 South merge there. Other than that, we're actually looking pretty good. We do have a mystery jam, 24 westbound coming into town at Bell Road. But again, we're looking pretty good everywhere else. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, I've been accused, Jay Harper and Sam, I've been accused of something scurrilous.
What?
Nolene on the Super Text line says that I'm having a get off my lawn kind of morning. Nolene, first of all, when you're 58, every morning is a get off my lawn morning. However, that being said, all right, so let's do something fun. Is Nancy drunk? That's what I want to do. So Nancy Pelosi is accused of being drunk. You know, Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead, he died.
Yeah.
So I guess Nancy Pelosi was speaking at some sort of a memorandum or funeral, whatever it was. And people are saying she is drop dead drunk. So of the three of us, and you super texters as well, I want, because I'm gonna show my hand. I believe that she sounds like she always does. So either she is always drunk, possibly true, or she is drunk, or she's just, 105 years old and she's a dingbat. So it could be any one of those. So this is a minute 5 of sheer Is Nancy Pelosi Drunk audio. Let me know what you think.
Bobby Weir was not just a musician.
I love the giggle, by the way.
Bobby Weir was not just a musician, a magician too. He was a force of nature. He was a force of nature, restless, searching, curious, and kind. He helped create a sound that became a language, a culture, and became a sense of community. You all know that. A sound that invited people not merely...
Now, it should be added that she's forgetting to speak into the microphone. Like, she's like 2 feet from the microphone, so she's, it's losing her voice.
It looks like she's got her hand gestures written into her speech.
Her hand gestures, man, they are all over the place. I mean, that's not jazz hands. Those are psycho hands.
To listen, but to belong. And so we were welcomed by the mayor to San Francisco, which just loves Bobby Weir. Don't we love Bobby Weir? Many are here from all over the state, and I bring national message to all of you.
I bring national message to all of you.
He understood something. He was so very remarkable. He understood something essential about America, that our strength and our improvisation, our diversity and our willingness to learn from one another, even when the tune changed.
So, I don't know. I believe that she sounds like she always does, which is ditzy and drunk. Now, I don't know if she's like always drunk, but I know that she's always, pretty ditzy. You know what I'm talking about? I bet you she's, Although from what I understand, her drink of choice is not beer. I think it's some of those little more fruity drinks.
Well, I heard it was vodka was her.
Oh, well, that's not a fruity drink.
No, it's tater.
So Jay and I had the same idea then. We just had different songs.
Okay, very good. Whatever.
So this is more fitting for what Nancy likes to drink.
Pull up. Headshot. Sit down. Stand up.
4341, not drunk. 1744, she's blanked up worse than a soup sandwich. Mario, she always sounds like her dentures are about to fall out.
Yeah, I think really that's always been my thought.
2407, she's hammered.
It's the false teeth.
Well, it's because of all the falsehoods that come out of her mouth.
Ba-dum-bum. Now, you could certainly understand if her husband was drunk all the time. I mean, that would be understandable.
And she'll still get him out of a DUI.
Let's see here. The only answer to that is that Nancy is always drunk. See, that's what I'm saying too. But she's also, I mean, she's 85.
We're celebrating my grandfather's 89th birthday next week, so.
Does he sound like that?
No. Right. And he likes bourbon.
7362, I don't think she's drunk. I think she's just old and trying to talk around her dentures. Nate says she's always drunk, Dan. See, that was my thing. I just think that she's always drunk. So, whatever. You know what? When I did shows in San Francisco many years ago, fairly consistently, the rumors of Nancy Pelosi's alcoholism, they were rampant, actually. So, and not real surprising. The vodka skeleton. Oh, you know what? 3879 says she sounds better than Kamala. That was one of the things that I actually thought of. Because there were times when Kamala, and by the way, I did hear the sniff for you people that are waiting, so that are thinking the same thing. I heard her sniff a couple of times, which would mean that we could play Eric Clapton's Cocaine. But we're not going to do that. Drunk or liberalism? Same, says 4899.
You bring up Kamala. You see, she got a new house.
Right on the beach.
In Malibu.
Which is weird.
$8.15 million mansion.
Why would you spend that much money if, global warming is going to destroy your home in the next 2 years? Because isn't that what they've been saying?
How do you have that money to spend after you drove your campaign $20 million into debt?
What?
Must be them book sales.
Sam, I was going to say, it's all those book sales, don't you know?
On a 4th to 7th grade reading level.
Mm-hmm. 4001 says that she had a stroke. Did she have a stroke? Should we be making fun of someone who had a stroke?
No, she did not have a stroke.
Whew. I was about to say, Jay, why are you making fun of somebody who's had a stroke? Jay's like, let me out of this,
I
Mandis.
would never do such a thing.
All right, it is coming up on 6:15 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, coming up, I'm going to get to some of this really good polling that is going on that Wall Street Journal and some other places are now reporting on. So we do have that. And we also have the latest on what is going on with the investigation by the DOJ into Don Lemon and those protesters in that church in St. Paul. Harmeet Dillon, some great audio from her. It is all straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. $6:15. As far as your weather goes, cold and sunny today, a high of 38. Really, really cold right now. But all eyes are on, Jay, help me, Friday and Saturday, because we are looking at some possibility of some snow, possibility of some ice. We don't really know.
Yeah, they just really, is the case every time we have a threat of weather like this. It's just too early to tell with the timing of the precip and the cold air and whatnot. But, we should probably know a little more, I would think, by Thursday.
So I'll just say the app I trust in the last 24 hours, the chance of heavy snow on Saturday has gone up from 50 to 80% and a high of 24.
And a high of 24
on Saturday. So
okay.
The weekend looks freezing. Friday will peak out at 35, and that'll be in the morning, actually, when Dan wakes up to do show prep for Friday morning show.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sunday, high of 27. Monday, high of 27, but we'll get snow Saturday and Sunday. So roads
which means
may be frozen.
I was going to say that snow will end up sticking around for a while.
And when you wake up Monday, it'll be 9 degrees. Single digits.
So I think I think the kids are going to be very excited because they're probably going to have a snow day, right? A couple of snow days probably. And where I live in Wilson County, you've got some of the outer parts of the county, which for whatever reason, they're not able to get their streets de-iced or whatever it is that they have to do. So that means that the entirety of the district has an extra couple of days.
We're very low on salt and snow trucks in the mid-state area.
Yeah, you have that. All right, very good. It is 6:16, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Harry Enton over at CNN. We're going to play some audio here because I think that this is a lot of people have been basically doom predicting the Republicans and the midterm elections. I keep saying that it's actually not going to be bad. Harry Enton, this is the CNN pollster, and he's talking about the net approval of the Democrats heading into the midterm elections. Listen to this. This is Harry Enton on CNN.
How are voters feeling about Democrats right now?
Yeah, I mean, Democrats in the minds of the American public are lower than the Dead Sea. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look. The net approval rating for Democrats in Congress, you said it, Kate Baldwin, the lowest ever. Look at this. Overall, they are 55 points underwater. Their approval rating is south of 20%. It's even worse when you look at independents. Look at this. Negative 61 points. That means that their approval rating is 61 points lower than their disapproval rating. Quinnipiac has been polling this question for the better part of the 21st century. They have never found Democrats, at least those in Congress, in worse shape than they are right now.
You know, it's interesting, too. When you think about it, and I've got Jonathan Fahey coming up here in a little bit, and we're going to talk a little bit about ICE and all those things, but we're also going to talk about some politics with polling and stuff. And ultimately, hey, let's do a Daily Dan poll real quick, Sam, could we? Daily Dan poll would be, do you believe that the bad behavior of the Democrats will impact their performance in the midterm elections? I believe that all of this insanity going into churches, all of this kind of stuff, attacking law enforcement, defunding ICE, because look how well the defund the police movement did for the Democrats a few years ago. I think this is going to have a really negative impact on the Democrats in the midterm elections. Do you know why? Because nobody likes bad behavior. Nobody likes bad behavior, and that is what the Democrats are exhibiting. The folks over there at ICE, all they're trying to do is their job. And I think that the vast majority of the American people, you know, some of y'all may disagree with me, and that's fine, but I think the vast majority of the American people do understand that what ICE is doing is they're trying to simply execute what the American people voted for in the election of 2024. Donald Trump voted on mass illegal immigration and mass deportation and getting as many of these illegal aliens out of our country as possible, especially when we start talking about the violent criminals. And that's what Donald Trump is doing. And so, you know, one of the things I thought it was interesting, there is a great meme out there. I'm going to try to put it on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show because it is really, really funny. You have and just talking about what is normal in America today. You have liberal ideology. On the left, you have Sydney Sweeney, right? The classic Sydney Sweeney. It's the good jeans ad. She's got the denim on and, you know, she's just looks really good. Liberal ideology finds that offensive, however, perfectly normal. Some dude with a mustache, with blue hair and a beard, etc. And so that is, and basically looking like a female. So that is where the liberals are these days, and I'm going to go ahead and post that meme. But they seem to be, I mean, clearly contrary to what the American people, by and large, see as normal. I mean, the American people see Sydney Sweeney as simply put, and I know a couple of months ago called they want their topic back, but what the American people see as normal, the left sees as offensive. And what the left sees as normal, we see as offensive. I think at some point that is going to catch up to them. It may be in the midterm elections. Got a lot more straight ahead. 620 on Super Talk 99.7. Jay Harper is going to have the news at 6:30. In for Joan. Joan returns tomorrow. Jay's got the news at 6:30. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. Mr. Trump commenting about all this Greenland stuff. We'll have some of his words, and have the Tennessee Titans decided on a new head coach. We'll have both stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And Sam. 627 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Part of what's going on, obviously, in Minnesota, I just spent some time talking about it, where you have the ICE agents. They're literally arresting the worst of the worst of the world, literally. You're talking about child molesters and so forth. So there was a great video, Sam found it, where there's an ICE agent saying to these protesters, why are you trying to help and why are you trying to support these really bad people?
Yeah, they're pulling through in an unmarked truck, and he just kind of lays into them.
Second reporting, we're here to arrest a child sex offender. And you guys are out here honking.
Oh, we're not. No, we're pressing. No, we're not.
That vehicle right there is honking and impeding our investigations while we're trying to arrest a child sex offender. That's who you guys are protecting. Insane.
There you go. I mean, listen, can I just say this? You liberals, you've chosen sides. You have chosen sides. Your side is the side that stands with child molesters, sex offenders, murderers, rapists, drug dealers. So all you Democrats here in Nashville, Afton Bain, John Ray Clemens, and all you liberals, all you Democrats in Nashville, this is the side that you've taken. Congratulations. You have sided with the worst of the worst. I hope you're proud. By the way, this is really funny. This is, of course, a protest.
We are one. We won't stop fighting. We won't stop fighting.
Do you know where they are, Sam? Do you know where these people are,
Are
Jay?
they in the Target?
These people are in a Target. Do you know what they're complaining about? They're complaining that this Target is allowing ICE agents and law enforcement to use the restroom. So they've taken their drums and they've taken their chants inside of a Target to protest that they're allowing law enforcement to use the restroom.
How dare you?
Do you know what I mean?
That's actual fascism. Saying that you can't use the bathroom somewhere because we don't agree with what you're doing.
Yeah.
Even though it's completely allowed by the law. That's the actual fascism, folks.
That's what they do. Well, it's just like, Don Lemon and all these people disrupting that church service in St. Paul. It's the same thing. This is just, it's all based on nonsense and stupidity and emotion. They're basing everything on emotion. And I'm telling you what, as far as the American people goes, I believe this is going to bite them in the butt. It is 6:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey is coming up next.
It is 6:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll get you that weather forecast as well as a traffic report. Protests and walkouts are planned in cities nationwide today. They're marking the first anniversary of President Trump's second inauguration. The president, he attended the college football national championship game last night. Then he plans on heading to the World Economic Forum today. That's where he will come face-to-face with world leaders after telling Norway's prime minister in a text that because he did not win the Nobel Peace Prize, he no longer feels an obligation to think purely of peace, linking his desired U.S. takeover of Greenland to losing the prize. Leaving Florida overnight, the president responded to the leaked text, saying he doesn't care about the Nobel Prize. He just wants to acquire Greenland.
If anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says. But I really don't care about that.
Back here in Nashville, all kinds of reports out there saying the Tennessee Titans are set to hire San Francisco 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh as their next head coach. The Titans front office interviewed him in person yesterday. Now the two sides reportedly are working to finalize a deal. This will be his second stint as an NFL head coach. He was the Jets head coach from 21 to 24. Didn't do all that well there. A 20-36 record before he got canned there. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Up next, I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 632, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. DT McCall's. Now, this is My Furniture and Appliance Company, a great Tennessee company. They are here for you, their fellow Tennesseans, with great prices, selection, and value. I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's. I've got several appliances in my home from DT McCall's, including a refrigerator down in my garage that we just bought a couple of months ago. Listen, if it plugs in, they've got it. They've always got specials going on to save you money. So if something breaks in your home, you can always go on to dtmccalls.com and you can find a replacement. You can see exactly what they have, which is a lot of selection and great value as well. Same deal with indoor furniture, too. DT McCall's, they've been at it for over 100 years with that focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they're going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. Please always tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
As we take a look at things here on area roadways, we have an injury crash now in Hermitage, Old Hickory Boulevard at Central Pike. In Madison, 65 southbound at Old Hickory Boulevard near exit 92. We have a wreck there. And out in Williamson County, this is I-840 eastbound just past exit 23. A crash reported there. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, it's been 1 year since Donald Trump has been back in office. Want to welcome on into the program former Director of ICE, Jonathan Fahey. Always great to have you on the program, Jonathan. So before we start drilling down into things like the Insurrection Act and the FACE Act and all these other things, just, Donald Trump was sworn in a year ago today. What do you think?
amazing year in terms of success. And I think one of the most important things, which I think goes hand in hand with the immigration enforcement, which we talk a lot about, is we are going to have the historic murder rate low at the lowest level that we've ever recorded. They started recording these back in 1960, so it's probably even lower than 1960. So amazing year for public safety. Wages are going up, economy's growing. I think it's better than I thought it would be great, and I think it's been even better.
So let's get into the Insurrection Act. So Donald Trump, I keep waiting for him to do it. We've got 1,500 service members just basically waiting for the president to do this. Never really known President Trump to sort of pull his punches. What do you think's going on here?
I mean, on one hand, I think he's been pretty patient with this, and maybe there's something behind the scenes talking to, Minnesota and stuff to see if they're going to get some more help or to see if things settle down. But I think he is more than justified legally in invoking it. And so I think, he's ready to sort of pull the trigger, so to speak. But I thought he probably would have, but I think if things don't settle down in Minneapolis in the next couple of days significantly, I think he will, because it's too important to, sort of vindicating the principle of enforcing federal law is something that needs to be done, not just for this presidency, but for the future, that you can't let a state, you can't let a political party, you can't let a bunch of left-wing activists or right-wing activists, for that matter, if that was the case, prevent the enforcement of federal law, and that's exactly what they've been doing. So I think it's coming unless things, settle down.
Jonathan, I think you and I both know that if these were conservative activists, this would be hammered down in literally a day if it was, Democrats and all that. So I think, bottom line is we see all of these people behaving badly. We see all of these people that are trying to impede ICE. And, we played audio just a few moments ago of an ICE officer saying, we are here to arrest a sexual predator. I forget what it was, but, a sexual predator. And you're honking your horn and you're trying to warn the guy that we're here. And it's absolutely insane. And before you came on, I said, the left, whether it's here in Nashville with your Afton Baines and your John Ray Clemens and all of these people, or at the national level, they have chosen to side with the literally worst people on earth, drug dealers, child predators, rapists, and some of these folks have been, convicted of homicide and murder and so forth. And the Democrats are protecting them. I can't imagine that this is going to bode well for the midterm elections.
I think you're right. I think short term, I think President Trump's taken a little bit of a hit when people see the chaos. But I think when people see the reality of it and the truth comes out, it's going to be akin to George Floyd, which had, that had a lot of public support at the beginning, and then people sort of took a step back and were like, wait, what did we just sign up for? And I think that's exactly what's happening here. And you want to say it's like crazy that the left is doing it, but they actually have a strategic plan here. They, the whole Biden scheme of open borders requires keeping the illegal aliens in the country once you bring them in so they could vote Democratic. And we know they vote Democrat, 70%. So they're fighting like dogs to keep everyone here because they think it will bring them long-term electoral advantage, which I'm not sure that it doesn't. And that part of it is not a good strategy. But it does seem like if they wanted to kind of get on the side of the reasonableness, they would yield on the serious criminals and just fight to keep the other people in.
I'm going to play you a piece of audio. Kind of sort of went viral. A lot of people shared it. This was on Fox News. I think this was yesterday, where they talk about the Department of Homeland Security, and they are, announcing how many arrests they had made. But they also talk about some newly erected barriers that the protesters, at least some of them, are behind.
DHS announced tonight that they have arrested a total of some 3,000 illegal immigrants in Minnesota, including over the weekend several convicted of crimes such as homicide and sexual assault. Meantime, several dozen protesters remain here at the federal building, protesting the actions of federal agents, but they are staying behind the newly erected barriers put here by the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department. It is a simple and effective, so far, measure that raises the obvious question: why didn't local law enforcement do this last week?
Good question, Jonathan Fahey. Why didn't they do it last week?
For political reasons. I mean, I think law enforcement on the ground is supportive of ICE, but these political leaders, Mayor Fry, Tim Walz, want this to happen. This is part of their political strategy. Plus, we haven't been really dialing, in on this Somali fraud for about a week, so it's also taken a little bit of the heat away from that. So I think it's all politics. It's so shameful, but remember, 2020, Minnesota burned to the ground where people like Jacob Fry were more interested in dancing around and performing than protecting the citizens. So it's really par for the course of Minnesota and Minneapolis.
I think part of what we're seeing, and you're right, and President Trump actually, part of the news today, President Trump posted to Truth Social, don't forget about the fraud. Because as we're seeing all of this chaos, I do believe that it is a distraction from all of the fraud that is going on in Minnesota. How widespread do you think this fraud is? You think it's, Ohio is now apparently in the spotlight. There's a Nick Shirley kind of guy in Ohio that is now going around some of these Somali daycares in Columbus. We've had people talking about the state of Washington as well. How bad do you think this is, this fraud?
I always think with any of these things, it's going to be worse than we think the worst case scenario is. So it's going to be so widespread. I think it's going to affect the Somali community everywhere, meaning everywhere in the U.S. So I think it's going to be massive. And I think the part of the scandal is going to be the Democratic politicians that were turned a blind eye, allowed it to happen, didn't do anything about it because they look at this as a reliable voting bloc, and they weren't going to disrupt it. And it's so shameful because, again, what we always talk about, we have limited resources in this country, and when it goes to fraud, when it goes to, sometimes illegal immigrants or whatever, we're necessarily taken away from American citizens. And it really does show how important having an immigration system, whatever it is, the priority should be American citizens and our well-being. And clearly, the Somali immigration hasn't benefited Americans, at least, compared to the cost of Americans. I know the Boston mayor may disagree, but I think, it really does show, you can't tell the story of Boston without mentioning Somalis, as you know, but,
right.
but yeah, I think it's going to be worse. It's so bad. I think these politicians are, there's going to be some complicity there. Whether or not it'll be enough for prosecution is always sort of a second, the second step, because proving a case, it's hard, but I think there's a lot of culpability there.
All right, coming up, I'm going to ask you because, former director of ICE, we have Don Lemon doing his hijinks and shenanigans yesterday. Now we've got people talking about the FACE Act as well. So we're going to talk about that. And if you believe that Don Lemon could or should be brought up on some charges for what he did yesterday. More with Jonathan Fahey on Super Talk 645. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, today it's going to be cold but sunny. High of 38. There is snow predicted Friday, Saturday. They're watching it. We're watching it. Everybody's watching it. It could be pretty bad. So keep your ears on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey is joining me. And Jonathan, let me play for you real quick, just for folks that have not heard it yet. I know everyone is familiar with Don Lemon. He went in with this group of protesters disrupting a church service. And so this is what Don Lemon said about that.
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male, pretty much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And, I said, I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand that I'm the biggest name there. And I'm also, as I was on with my producers this morning, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America. And
it's just, I mean, I could go for an hour on everything that he said, but I mean, bottom line is, it's the same old Don Lemon, and I think he is literally becoming sort of like a caricature of himself at this point, where everything is white supremacy, everything is racism, everything is, everything wrong with America is white males, and even though he's married to a white male, whatever. So I don't know. What's your thought on that before we go into whether or not he can be actually charged with a crime for what he did?
Yeah, I mean, Don Lemon, it's very funny listening to the statement, because he is probably one of the most coddled people in journalism until he eventually got fired. I mean, everyone knew, considered him a complete joke on CNN, but they somehow kept him on the air. But yeah, this idea that you get to go in there, disrupt a church service, and then say, oh, I'm a journalist, so it's okay, that doesn't work. And if you were to have a conservative, we could do these comparisons all day long, but the conservative journalist with a bunch of Proud Boys going into a mosque, you don't think they would all be locked up right now? We know they would, right? I mean, it's not even a question. Yeah. And what they did was so outrageous. And when you look at it, it's really scary, because you don't know when you're in that church service. Are these people going to start shooting? What's going on here? So there are people there with their kids and their families. It's really disgusting, and it's really sad. Don Lemon, I love the fact he's the biggest name, like, in the world you live in, dude. Like, right. Most people, he's a nobody, and he's a failure in that world. So, but it's so funny, the efforts he's going through to try to, make himself relevant and elevate his career. It's actually pathetic.
So we have the FACE Act, and basically what it does is and by the way, there's local, and I went through all this yesterday, but there's local laws on the books as well. But the bottom line is with the FACE Act that you're not allowed to disrupt a church service. And it was folded into the abortion laws from 1994, I believe. And so you have the abortion clinics and you have churches where if somebody is wanting to, participate in a church service, sit in a church service, a mob or a group cannot stop that person from doing that within means of intimidation, threats, and all of that other thing, all those other things. So, yeah, I mean, it seems to me like they could charge him. He was clearly part of this mob. I think that he was participating as almost like an activist journalist. Do you know what I mean? Where he was pretending to be a journalist, but what he's really doing is trying to spread the narrative of the mob group that he was part of.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's really like the MC of the event, right? He's not a journalist covering it. And there's no journalist immunity. Like, if a journalist goes in with a bunch of bank robbers to rob a bank, they don't get to just say, hey, I was a journalist. He was a full part of this, and he should be held accountable. And if you look at the FACE Act, what the Biden administration was using it for, the Garland DOJ, they would arrest people that were praying quietly outside of abortion clinics. So this is far worse than that. And we have, the First Amendment is sacred, not just for free speech, but for freedom of religion and free exercise of religion. Yep. And it needs to be protected, because the fact of the matter is people next Sunday are going to be afraid of going to church, particularly that church or any church, because they don't want to be afraid. They don't want to be disruptive. You bring your children to church, you shouldn't have to live in fear of this type of stuff. And again, like, if you were to switch the roles, right-wing group going in a mosque, going into a synagogue, it would be the biggest story in the going on, and they would all be locked up. So it has to be enforced. And I think Don Lemon, I mean, whatever, look into the facts, because I know what I've seen, but I don't know all of them. But if he could be held accountable, he should. I mean, he'll probably be quite happy about it to get himself back in the headlines. But yeah, he seemed to be a full part of it, not just sort of an observer or journalist, just sort of taking notes of
he was a participant. The other thing that he's trying to sell, as we wrap this up, is that he didn't know what they were going to do. Well, he interviewed the woman before they went in, and she said exactly what they were going to do, and he posted it to his social media. So he knew exactly what they were going to do, despite the fact that later on in the day, after the whole thing, he said, "What? I didn't know what they were going to do. I was there as a journalist." You knew exactly what they were going to do. And so now the DOJ is looking at Don Lemon, and we'll have to see ultimately where this goes. Jonathan Fahey, always great to have you on. We'll talk to you again soon. How can people find you on X?
John for Fairfax.
All right, John for Fairfax, Jonathan Fahey. If you can't find him, then you can find me and follow him from there. You can find me at Dan Mandis Show on X. It is 6:52. Jay's got the news coming up at 7. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. The EU Commission president speaking on the U.S. acquiring Greenland. We'll hear from her. And threatening weather potentially affecting millions, including us here in Middle Tennessee. We'll have those stories and more coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Glock Store. I love the Glock Store for so many reasons. This is my store for all things 2A. Now, I learned a lot at the Glock Store. One of the things that I've learned is that the people who go to the Glock Store, they can depend on the Glock Store for their new Glocks, including the new Gen 6. They're out and they are amazing. Now, this is the Gen 6 that has the new optic system, the RTF6 texturing, and that flat face trigger that everybody's talking about, among other things, by the way, really optimized to make you a better shooter. And Glock Store wants to make sure that you can get one. Now, you're going to have to pre-order it because that first shipment came in and it was sold out in no time. But they can help you pre-order yours right now. So head on over to the Glock Store and check out your options at the rental counter. It's a great rental counter, by the way. You can even shoot one if you want to try it out. You can hold it, you can shoot it, you can figure out if you like it or not. I can tell you, you're going to love it because the new Gen 6s, they are amazing. And now, when you mention my name, you can get an extra magazine. When you pick up that new Gen 6 Glock, mention my name, get a new magazine when you pick up that new Gen 6 Glock. This is a limited time offer and only from the Glock Store. The Glock Store, minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. 6:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Scott Jennings, of course, we all know Scott Jennings. He is on a panel, and there's some new dude that's on the panel, and the new dude on the panel is named Cameron Kasky. And Cameron made the mistake of trying to tell Scott Jennings the language that he could use. Listen to this.
You don't get to say the word illegals anymore.
And you have.
The
I don't.
The percentage.
Who are you to tell me what I can and can't? I've never met you, brother. I can say whatever I want. They're illegal aliens, and that's what the law calls them, illegal aliens. That's what I'm going to call them.
Right. Listen, you can't say illegals anymore because ICE is directly targeting legal citizens of this country. And How
are you going to enforce your edict on me, just out of curiosity?
Listen, I understand.
But just listen to his point about illegals.
No, I want to know why he gets to instruct
You're
my
changing the topic.
Hang on.
I want to know.
You're making a point about people being arrested. I understand that your job is predicated on just getting increasingly more demented every single week. And that.
Wow. See, this dude, I don't know who he is, Cameron Kasky. And I know who he is. He's a Parkland shooting survivor. He turned that into, he parlayed that into being an influencer. He tried to run for Congress, got his butt handed to him. But it's like, I think this is Cameron's first day. And he's calling Scott Jennings demented. And obviously this is the level of his ability to argue and debate is by name calling and telling Scott Jennings what he can say and not say.
Enforce your edict on me, just out of curiosity.
Listen, I understand.
But just listen to his point about illegals.
No, I want to know why he gets to instruct
You're
my
changing the topic.
Hang on.
I want to know.
You're making a point about people being arrested. I understand that your job is predicated on just getting increasingly more demented every single week, and that the audience comes back to see if perhaps
make your point.
My point is that you're saying the word illegals, but you don't even really know what's happening. Or actually, I think you do, and you're doing this on purpose. But
yes,
the truth
because
is,
I want the law enforced.
They are not just targeting illegal immigrants. They are targeting natural-born U.S. citizens.
They are not.
That is a fact. You cannot deny that. I mean, you can on national television.
They are
deny
not.
facts all the time.
They
We've
are
done it
not.
a couple times in this very episode.
I still want to know how you're going to enforce your language edicts on me.
We'll take that up.
How are we going to enforce it?
We're going to take that up at the break. Coming.
They tried, one of them, I don't know who that was, but tried to tell Scott Jennings to shut up. But the liberal there is completely off base. No, ICE and law enforcement, they are not targeting people born in this country. They're just not. Now, some of them are getting arrested because they are trying to impede ICE. That's why they're getting arrested. Some of them are getting a nice dose of pepper spray in the face, which I personally like to watch. But no, big shocker, the liberal is lying. All right, clearly, I've got to go.
Coming up on 1 minute past 7 a.m., I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A weather forecast and a traffic report are on the way. Speaking in Davos this morning at the World Economic Forum, EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen responding to the president, President Trump, his new threat of tariffs against European nations who oppose the U.S. acquiring Greenland.
We consider the people of the United States not just our allies, but our friends. And plunging us into a downward spiral would only aid the very adversaries we are both so committed to keeping out of the strategic landscape.
Back here in the U.S., a trial of a former Uvalde schools police officer in Texas accused of endangering students during the 2022 shooting at Robb Elementary. That trial set to conclude this week. ABC's Peter Haralambous is following the trial in Corpus Christi, Texas.
Prosecutors have so far called 36 witnesses, including teachers, investigators, and the family of victims, to argue that former Uvalde Schools police officer Adrian Gonzalez allegedly neglected his training that day and endangered dozens of students. Prosecutors are expected to rest their case as early as Tuesday, and the jury could get the case by the end of the week. From Corpus Christi, Texas.
Well, there are a lot of folks wondering what's going on with the weather. Well, whiteout conditions are blinding drivers from the Midwest to the Northeast as a brutal blast of Arctic air impacts millions this morning. ABC Stephanie Ramos She's talking about this massive 100-vehicle pileup that happened in the snow in Michigan.
It was just like dominoes, bam, 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 bam.
Officials say nearly 40 tractor trailers were involved in the chain reaction crash, shutting down Interstate 196 on Monday morning for nearly 8 hours. Drivers say they could barely see the cars in front of them. At least 12 people injured, including children. Whiteout conditions also affecting drivers in Indiana. Parts of a busy toll road were shut down near South Bend after multiple vehicles were involved in crashes.
Well, back here in Tennessee, confidence is growing for a rather significant winter storm to impact Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky over the weekend. There's still uncertainty in the timing and the track of the storm system, but it's looking more likely that significant travel impacts could start in the mid-state as early as Friday night. A track farther to our south means we'd see less snow across the mid-state, but a farther north track, the way things are currently trending, would bring some significant snow and ice across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. Temperatures will most likely stay near and below freezing all the way through Monday, which means we could see some problems even into early next week. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather, they're next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. We do have some problems, the first of which is in Williamson County. I-840, the eastbound off-ramp to Columbia Pike at exit 28. It is partially blocked due to a crash there. And also Old Hickory Boulevard at Central Pike, that too blocked due to a crash in Hermitage. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, I think Challenge accepted, Jay. Challenge accepted, Sam. On that Murphy Show promo, he's back today, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He said everybody's got an Arnold in them. They were doing, I guess, Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonations. So at 8:35, when Chris Hand is here for the crisscross handoff, the four of us are going to do our best Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation. Okay?
Okay.
So Jay, you've got
all right
90 minutes to work on your Arnold, and I've got 90 minutes as well. Not going to do it now. I'm really just looking forward to Chris Hands. Like I really want to hear Chris Hands. So that is all coming up at 8:35 on Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, coming up, I do have Hans von Spakovsky at 8:06. Going to talk about the SAVE Act. You're probably, if you're anywhere online, you know that there's a lot of Republicans, including yours truly, advocating for the SAVE Act. The Republicans in the House of Representatives really trying to ratchet up election integrity here in America. So we need to get it passed through the Senate. Of course, you know, the Senate, it is basically you have a situation where the Democrats rule over in the Senate, even though they don't have the majority. We don't have enough to get these kinds of bills passed. We're going to talk to Hans von Spakovsky about that and a number of other things going on here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just a few other headlines very quickly. Donald Trump heading off to Davos. He's going to give a big speech to the World Economic Forum. Everybody's talking about Donald Trump and what he's going to do with Greenland. You have all of these European leaders, and, you know, they're trying to flex. The European leaders are trying to flex, and Donald Trump is saying, listen, one way or another, this is going to happen. So we'll continue to monitor all of that. I did a lot on Greenland yesterday. Don't really feel the need to do much on it today. Looking forward to seeing what the president has to say tomorrow. And so that is something that we'll obviously be covering here on Super Talk 99.7. You know, you have a lot of people on the left and a lot of, you know, the professional prognosticators out there, and they're all saying that the midterm elections, it's going to be bad, it's going to be bad, it's going to be bad. Well, I don't know. You might not want to write off those midterms so quick for a number of different reasons. You know, I played audio yesterday from James Carville where he is saying that it is going to be a bloodbath for the Republicans in the House of Representatives. Also, James Carville saying that the Senate will go by way of a Democrat majority as well after the midterm elections. This is, by the way, the same James Carville who predicted a president, Kamala Harris. But heading into the midterms, there's news this morning that President Trump has endorsed the primary opponent of Republican Senator Bill Cassidy out of Louisiana, again, Senator. He says that Donald Trump says that a congresswoman by the name of Julia Letlow is a total winner and a wonderful person. Here's what he said. Now, this is important because I've always said that Donald Trump is incredibly popular within the Republican Party, and I believe that to be the case. He says, I'm hearing that Julia is considering launching her campaign for the United States Senate in Louisiana, a place I love and won big 6 times, the president has posted on Truth Social. So Cassidy, this current senator, he has been against Donald Trump for quite some time. Cassidy has had some hesitations about RFK, vaccines, the MAHA movement, generally speaking. He is a trained gastroenterologist. Cassidy, by the way, just to let you know the lengths that he has gone through for his anti-Trumpedness. Cassidy also called for Donald Trump to drop out of the race after the Mar-a-Lago indictments. He also voted to convict Donald Trump during that second impeachment after January 6th. So bottom line is this guy, Bill Cassidy, senator out of Louisiana, he has not been a fan or a supporter of Donald Trump at all since Donald Trump has been in office. And so the point being that CNN decided to do a breakdown of what happens when you go against Donald Trump, when you are like a Bill Cassidy and time again, you go against Donald Trump. Now, the reason why I'm focusing on this is because you have a lot of people that are, basically doom predicting the Republicans in the midterms. My point in this segment is to prove to you that Donald Trump is still, regardless of all of these folks on the left saying that Trump is losing Republican support, he's not losing Republican support. And I think the crazier that the Democrats continue to act, I think the better the Democrats are going to look. So Harry Enton over at CNN does this breakdown of what happens when you go against Donald Trump and what happens when Donald Trump supports somebody running against you in a primary. Listen to this.
It's a huge deal because President Trump is the kingmaker in Republican primaries. That's why it's such a big deal. Take a look here. Times Trump endorsees won GOP primaries. This is congressional and gubernatorial. In 2020, it was 98%. In 2022, it was 95%. In 2024, it was 96%. President Trump has the magic touch when it comes to endorsing in Republican primaries. And when he doesn't endorse you, you go, to quote the great movie Good Burger, into the grinder.
So just looking at this, 2020, 98% of those that Donald Trump endorsed won their GOP primary. Fell a little in 2022 at 95%, back up now to 96% here in 2024. 96% of those congressional and gubernatorial races where Donald Trump gave his endorsement, that person won. So, yeah, I understand why it is that this senator out of Louisiana, Bill Cassidy, is probably fretting right about now. We've got a lot more on this and Donald Trump's popularity and support within the Republican Party coming up. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Cold and sunny today, a high of 38, maybe some rain tomorrow, but really all eyes are on later on this week, a Friday and Saturday, when we could get some powerful snow. We'll keep you updated as soon as the forecast and as the forecast continues to develop. So talking about Donald Trump, I'm going to ask, I've got Matthew Hurt coming up at 7:35. Do you know, by the way, where Matthew Hurt is? Matthew Hurt is in God's country. Matthew Hurt is in Santa Barbara, California. He is there with some Republican meetings, I guess, RNC meetings, whatever it is. But there was a time in my life when I wanted to retire to Santa Barbara. So looking forward to talking to him. What I'm going to ask him, though, has he ever seen someone so powerful within the Republican Party as Donald Trump is right now? In this Harry Enton piece on CNN, they also brought up those who voted to convict Donald Trump. What happens to them within the Republican Party?
So Cassidy was one of the Republican senators who voted to convict President Trump in his second impeachment trial. How have those Republican senators done?
When you voted to convict President Trump in that second impeachment trial, how'd you do for re-election? Not so hot to trot, because let's take a look here. Okay, GOP senators who voted to convict Trump won their next election. Just 1 out of 5. That one is Lisa Murkowski in the great state of Alaska, which of course has that top 4 primary situation going on there. So very, very different than the traditional primary structure that is throughout the rest of the United States. The bottom line is this: the vast majority of Republicans who voted to convict Trump, who had a re-election, either lost or actually they didn't even run. They retired, they resigned in the case of Ben Sasse, or there are 2 up for re-election this year, Bill Cassidy and Susan Collins up in Maine. But the bottom line is this: if you voted to convict Trump so far, your chances of winning re-election have been quite small. And Bill Cassidy, of course, just got a major impediment to his road to re-election if Letlow decides to run.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We see all of these polls that show Donald Trump is unpopular. Well, he's huge in the Republican Party, and that is important because if we can get out the vote in the Republican Party for the midterms, we should be able to keep the House. We should be able to keep the Senate. Ultimately, we'll have to see what happens, and I know what Matthew Hurt's going to say. What Matthew Hurt is going to say is Donald Trump has been in for a year. I mean, it's a year today. And I think that the president has had a great year. I think we got another 3 years to go. All that progress will stop if the Democrats end up getting the House of Representatives. Lord help us if they also end up getting the Senate. But here's the thing, is that the man has accomplished a lot. And for the midterm elections, when you start looking at who's going to run and what's at stake, it is critically important that we do. And I think that, those that say we need to put Donald Trump on the campaign trail for folks up for re-election in the midterm elections and people that are pro-Trump in the midterm elections, we do need to get the president on the campaign trail. Susie Wiles has said that she will get the president on the campaign trail. I think the president more than likely is looking forward to that as well.
It largely has to do with how much Republicans still support Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, look, Donald Trump was popular in 2016. He was really popular in 2018, really popular in 2020, popular in 2022, popular in 2024, and now we come to 2026.
Among Republicans.
Among Republicans, exactly right. And he is still quite popular amongst Republicans at this point. Look, overall in July, it was 89%. That was 6 months ago. Today, it's basically the same at 88%. How about strongly approved? Those who don't just like Donald Trump, but love him, love him, love him. In July, it was 61%. It's the same 61% now, and that is why the GOP voters, when Donald Trump says something, they say, how quickly can we get to Donald Trump's position?
And if you want to see the impact that this had, just this one statement from President Trump over the weekend, what did it do in the betting markets to Bill Cassidy's chances of being elected?
Yeah, remember, Donald Trump supported the opposition of Bill Cassidy in the primary.
You look at the prediction markets, take a look here. Chance to be the 2026 GOP nominee for the Louisiana Senate race. Bill Cassidy at just an 18% chance at this point, and this lines up very much with what we've seen historically speaking. That is, when Donald Trump goes against you in a Republican primary, your chances fall through the floor.
All right, there you go. I just, I'm so tired of people who have been, doom predicting the midterm elections. Listen, there's a possibility that we may end up not keeping the House of Representatives. I have told you a bazillion times the consequences if we don't keep the House of Representatives. They're looking to impeach. They're looking to arrest. They are looking to do whatever they can to stop the Trump administration. Obviously not real shocking. It is what the Democrats do. But also, did you see, because that piece with Harry Enton was all about how much support Donald Trump has within the Republican Party. Now there is a new Wall Street Journal poll out that talks about how the American people feel about the Republicans versus the Democrats in Congress. This is Brett Baer.
You look at the latest Wall Street Journal poll. Who's best to handle? Immigration, Republicans in Congress, 44, Democrats, 33. Economy, 38-32. Tariffs, 36-34. I mean, it's one poll, but it shows you that maybe it's not moving as much as people think it is.
No, and situations like this with Don Lemon and the church are not helpful. Look, I don't believe that faith and politics are mutually exclusive. The people who led the civil rights movement were church leaders. But this is not the civil rights movement. And this is harkening back to 2020, where we saw people from outside of a community engage in civil unrest and leave. Don Lemon doesn't live in Minnesota. He is not going to help that community heal and get put back together. And people are watching.
Yeah, that is a woman named Yemisi Egbawol. I'm sure I got that right. She is a former Biden press office advisor. So if you got lost in the numbers, Americans on 4 major issues trust Donald Trump, I should say trust the Republicans in Congress than the Democrats. You've got foreign policy, 38% trust Republicans, just 33% trust Democrats. Immigration, clearly Americans trust Republicans at 44%. Democrats only get 33%. The economy, Republicans at 38%. Democrats at 32%. And tariffs, you've got Republicans, 36% of the American people believe that Donald Trump and the Republicans understand what is going on with these tariffs versus the Democrats who only garnered 34% of the vote. In other words, yeah, you know what? We got a long way to go, and we got a lot of headwinds, and things are looking really good with the economy. So we'll have to ultimately see where the American people stand in 10 months or so, 10 or 11 months or so from now. And I cannot wait to see how the whole thing turns out. 7:23, and Jay's got the news coming up at 7:30. Jay Harper, what you got?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mendes. Protests planned across the country today to mark the one-year anniversary of the second Trump inauguration. Also, all eyes on the skies for the weekend weather. We'll have those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Man, I got to tell you that, years gone by on nights like we had last night, my room would be freezing because I had old windows that really weren't very effective. Now, these days, I've got windows from Window Nation, and my room is as comfortable as ever. I've got 4 windows in my home from Window Nation, 2 in my basement studio, 1 in my kitchen, 1 in my bedroom. Now, Window Nation right now, for the very cold month of January, they've got a new deal going on right now. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 windows free. That sale is going on through the month of January. So if 2026 looks like a time for you to upgrade your home's windows and really invest in your home, you've got to give Window Nation a chance. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free. You could also get them with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Window Nation, they've got a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 45,000 5-star reviews. Don't forget that great deal when you mention my name. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free. And you can get them with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Call them, tell them I told you to reach out. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
It is 7:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, another traffic report, and the latest weather. They're all on the way. This morning, protests are planned across the country to mark the one-year anniversary of President Trump's second inauguration. As for the president, he's traveling to Davos, Switzerland later today for the World Economic Forum. He's there to talk about housing affordability, but ABC's Mary Bruce reports that Trump's threat to take over Greenland is overshadowing all of the discussions.
No, I don't care about the Nobel.
Over the weekend, Norway's prime minister texted Trump asking to work things out over the phone. But Trump firing back. Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace. Although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America.
Back here in Middle Tennessee, confidence is increasing for a significant winter storm to impact us here, as well as in southern Kentucky over the weekend. There's still quite a bit of uncertainty, though, in the timing as well as the track of the storm, but it's looking more likely that significant travel impact could start in the mid-state as early as Friday night. A track farther to our south means less snow across the mid-state, but if it goes farther north, the way things are currently looking, that would bring significant snowfall as well as some ice across Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. Temperatures would also most likely stay near and below freezing all the way through Monday, and that could mean, quite the mess going into the work week. And from all indications and all kinds of reports, it sounds like the Titans have found their new head coach. They look like they are going to be hiring San Francisco 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh as their next head coach. The Titans front office interviewed him in person yesterday, and now the two sides are reportedly working to finalize a deal. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. You know, there's a lot of companies out there in Middle Tennessee, but I can tell you one of the good ones, United Structural Systems. I trusted them with my home's foundation a number of different times, and you can too. But don't just listen to me. Listen to the over 30,000 satisfied customers that they've helped over the last 25 years. Now, as you know, January is a wet month. We've already seen that. You've got to be on the lookout for moisture in your basement or crawl space, because if you do, then you've got to get it taken care of quickly, because that moisture can turn into a serious problem really fast. Now, you might have poor drainage, you might have small cracks in your foundation, but whatever the problem is, USS, they are going to find it and they are going to fix it. Now, I was a customer before I was an endorser. This is a great company. What can I say? At USS, they are more than just a team of problem solvers. They are your neighbors, and they do care about their customers. Find them online at USSTN.com. That is USSTN.com. 615-488-7855. United Structural Systems.
Dan Mandis here, 734, Nashville's Morning News. Matthew Hurt is on the line, and he is going to be calling in from the land of fruits and nuts, California. So that is coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WT. I know I'm from California. I can say that. Loan Pronto, Dan Mandis here. You know, smart homeowners are taking advantage of
Loan Pronto's lowest rates in years, 4.89% is what they're offering. This is huge. So listen, if you got stuck in a 6% loan, you can lower that payment big time with Loan Pronto, or you can keep your primary mortgage intact and get cash out of your equity with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. That's right. Now, one homeowner just got $250,000 out of their home. They paid off all their credit cards, a couple of car loans as well. And yes, with Loan Pronto, they cut their monthly expenses by $2,000. So call right now and see what options works best for you. But don't miss the big rate drop of 2026 going on right now with Loan Pronto. Ask about new home loans, VA loans, full cash out refis, or their famous Rapid Equity Loan. You can close in less than a couple of weeks, and you may be able to skip a couple of house payments as well. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online anytime. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. APR for well-qualified buyers. Visit NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Well, the lone crash that we have reported that is still being cleared is an injury accident downtown on, well, actually the East Bank. This would be Spring Street at I-24. We are also seeing considerable backups in the normal places, 65 South up in Millersville, also down at the 65-24 junction near Trinity Lane. And Vietnam Veterans Boulevard has got some, quite a bit of congestion there headed toward 65. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.738 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so I made Matthew Hurd a 90-year-old man joke when I said California, the land of fruits and nuts. And people started making fun of me because I keep making these silly jokes.
He has something better.
Oh, does Matthew Hurd have a better joke? All right, Matthew, go ahead. What's your joke?
It's not a joke, Dan, but I'm coming to you live from a Chase Bank parking lot in Santa Barbara, California, where I am charging an electric vehicle for the first time, and this is a nightmare. How you doing? It's 5:35 on the left coast.
Wow. So it's 5:35 in the morning. Starbucks isn't even open, and you're trying to figure out how to charge an electric vehicle.
Yeah, well, and the crazy thing is there's some unsavory-looking folks. And now, Santa Barbara is a nice community, but I flew into LAX yesterday for the Republican National Committee meeting, which starts tomorrow here in Santa Barbara. And I get to the rental car place, and the guy says, here's what we got for you. We got an electric vehicle. And I was praying and hoping that I could get all the way about an hour and a half out of LAX to Santa Barbara before the car just started rolling. And now I'm up early with you because I never miss a conversation with you, Dan. And I'm sitting here in the parking lot. So this is exciting stuff.
All right. So a couple of things real quick. So now that you are learning how to use an electric vehicle, I think if you're going to go down the road of most progressives, you'll be dyeing your hair blue eventually. And you won't even want ice in your sodas, let alone in your city.
It's very European, Dan.
All right, very good. Speaking of which, I got a lot of places I want to go. So first of all, Donald Trump is heading to the World Economic Forum in Davos. Of course, we all know what's going on with Greenland. You've got them going back and forth on threats of tariffs and all these things that are happening with the European leaders threatening Donald Trump. Trump is threatening them. He's also talking about utilizing the military. Where do you think this whole thing is going to end up? Are we going to get Greenland or not?
I'm a little so Greenland has agreed to do pretty much whatever the to allow the United States to do pretty much whatever it wants to do in Greenland to protect the United States from Russian incursion into the Western Hemisphere, possibly even China. There was a Wall Street Journal poll over the weekend that seems to indicate Americans are a little concerned about this. We have historically, the United States during Manifest Destiny purchased large swaths of even as far out as California and up in Alaska. But I think there's an undercurrent of concern among voters, particularly headed into Davos and around this Greenland conversation that is causing some consternation, I think, for Republicans, and that's why you're seeing, conversations on the Senate floor and other folks express a little bit of concern about this. Obviously, the World Economic Forum is a globalist platform, and the Trump administration has been America first. I think this Greenland question is going to be a big topic of discussion there.
What are the concerns? Like, I can make arguments on both sides, like with Greenland. I think it'd be great to have Greenland sort of in our arsenal, if you will. I understand the resources. I understand that you're right. I mean, Greenland, I don't think they've ever said that we can't do anything. We've got that big base there, 6,000 people, radar technology, all that. So I think the president, though, he understands that Russia and China, who haven't made moves on Greenland yet, but he's trying to be proactive. So when you speak to, U.S. grabbing Greenland people in the Republican Party, what's their biggest concerns?
I just think what we're seeing in the crosstabs in the polls is that many Americans think that President Trump isn't focused on domestic issues. I think a successful trade deal, a successful negotiation that includes Greenland, looks like rare earth minerals and other resources and increased cooperation. There are 57,000 people in Greenland. Almost all of them are socialist. It's like California for the North Atlantic. I'm a little concerned that taking possession in the sense that we did Hawaii or Alaska or the U.S. Virgin Islands is just a little bit different for most people. And many voters, and I've said this dozens of times here, Dan, many voters when they think about who they're going to vote for, they think about which party cares about them when it comes to making the mortgage and saving for retirement and providing for their children. And for a lot of independents, many of whom are going to have to turn out for Republicans in these midterms, they just think the foreign policy is a distraction. I think it's very easy to make the case that Venezuela, boom, in and out, we got Maduro, he's going to stand trial in New York. Iran, I think you can make a case because it's a significant humanitarian issue. I just don't know what the upside to Greenland is, given that they've offered us so much already.
745 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Some contradictory polling is out there, and I want to talk to you about that coming up next. Time to very quickly check the roads on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as weather goes, cold and sunny today, a high of 38 eventually. All eyes rain tomorrow. All eyes on Friday and Saturday, where we do have some pretty significant snow expected, possibly some ice as well. We'll keep you updated. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so real quick about the contradictory polling. So there is, and polling drives me nuts, and I know nobody cares about polling, but I actually find a lot of polling interesting. It is a snapshot in time. So there was a Harry Enton, I think yesterday, CNN, a big poll about how the Republican Party basically still very much follows Donald Trump when he is making endorsements for the primaries, right? We have the midterm elections. There's going to be primary elections within the Republican Party. And still, we have a lot of people that look to Donald Trump to see who he is going to endorse in a primary. That tells me that, the president is still very influential, obviously, in the Republican Party. But then I see another poll on CNN, same guy, Harry Enton. It just happened a few minutes ago, where it doesn't look like there's a lot of excitement for Republicans to come out and vote in the midterm elections. And, then there was another part of that poll that showed that the number of Republicans who believe that Republicans in Congress are good at passing laws has gone from like 90% to 70%. So I think there's just this disenchantment with Republicans, by and large, in Congress.
You're absolutely right, Dan, and there's a couple of elements here. In the American political system, we have a first past the post, winner take all, two-party system, and whoever is the most highest ranking elected whoever in that party is the party's leader. And particularly with President Trump, as we'll see at the Republican National Committee this week in Santa Barbara, the committees will defer to the Trump administration. So he is the leader of the party. When the president in the White House is not a Republican, the Republican National Committee chairman sort of leads the party, and we saw that with Michael Whatley in the Biden years. So you have a little bit of that, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that President Trump still has heavy influence in the primary nominating process, particularly if you've got something like in the Marjorie Taylor Greene district where there are 12 or 13 Republicans running. His endorsement is going to give whoever that is, and he hasn't yet, but his endorsement is going to give that person the edge, and they will clear the field. But then you have what happens in Congress, and the president can go out and make speeches and endorse candidates, but Congress actually has to do things. And increasingly over the last 10 or 15 years, it's been very hard for Republicans in Congress to do anything. Democrats were very unified under Speaker Pelosi. But that isn't the case for Republicans, and I think it's because Republicans are independent thinkers, and so you peel off one or two, or in this case, 4 in the House right now, and you lose a vote. You've got something like the SAVE Act on the House side, which passed in April of last year to secure elections, which because of the process in the Senate, it needs 60 votes. They're not going to get there because Democrats aren't willing to work across the aisle. So there are procedural things that purposely slow government down in the House and the Senate, which is a contrast to President Trump making executive action or going out on the campaign trail and endorsing Republicans.
Is it worth it to the Republicans to break the filibuster in the Senate to get the SAVE Act passed?
I don't believe so, because as soon as they do and Democrats retake the Senate, we are going to see California-style governance coming out of Washington, D.C., and I'm not particularly excited about that. I do think some of these institutions and long-observed rules protect our constitutional republic in a way that we can't fathom with two Democrats in control of the House and the Senate.
Yeah, but this is why I do a yeah, but are you worried that the Democrats will do it anyway? In other words, let's just say that James Carville is right. I know you saw that audio or saw that video, heard that, whatever. James Carville where he says that not only are the Democrats going to take 25 seats or so in the House, but they're also going to take the Senate. If that happens, yes or no, do you believe the Democrats will eliminate the filibuster? See, I think that they will anyway, regardless of what we do.
I don't know what James Carville is smoking in New Orleans or Baton Rouge, wherever he lives now, but the Senate map does not bode well for Democrats. The House map, and particularly if Virginia Democrats do what they're planning to do, to go from 6-5 Democrat seats to 10-1, then the House is a little bit shakier. But I think the Senate Republicans will be a backstop for a lot of that. Although, and as you talked about in the polling, Democrats are very enthusiastic. Donald Trump is always on the ballot for them, and many Republicans who went out and voted for Donald Trump in 2024, as I've said before, they think they've done their jobs, and they are less enthusiastic now because they elected the guy and he's doing what he said he's going to do. And so there's a bit of that to overcome as we head into the late summer months, August and into September, when people actually start cluing in and tuning into the election.
I think the economy is showing signs of getting better. You and I agreed on that last time we spoke. So do you think there's enough time? Donald Trump, a year in office, give me your, what are your thoughts on 1 year in office? He took the oath of office a year ago today. And, tell me how you think he's done and tell me your predictions for the next 11 months, 10 months.
If I had to give him a letter grade, I'd say B+. And I think a lot of these economic issues are going to work themselves out. We're starting to see it. And I was saying on this program back in November and December, once these economic issues make their way through either executive action or Congress, it'll take 3 or 4 or 5 months. We're seeing that now, and that is where a majority of those undecideds and independents vote. I do think the Democrats are going to make big hay over Donald Trump is focused on foreign issues rather than domestic policy, and that is something Republicans are going to have to overcome.
All right, Matthew Hurt, always great to have you on. Have fun in Santa Barbara. How long are these meetings, and why are they at such a highfalutin place?
Well, the Republican National Committee meets 2 or 3 times a year. This is like the board of directors. So in Tennessee, you've got your state party chairman, your national committee woman by the name of Beth Campbell, and a national committee man, guy by the name of Oscar Brock from outside Chattanooga. And they come together, 168 members, and they guide and govern the Republican Party. I've been coming to almost every one of these since the 2012 National Convention in Tampa, where I was an at-large delegate from Virginia.
All right. Always great to have you on, Matthew. We'll talk to you again soon. I guess we're done. All right. Behind the scenes here, we're trying to figure something out. So I am getting hit up on the super text line from a couple of different people that apparently there has been a train derailment, and it looks like in Bedford County near Wartrace. One guy's saying, and hey, let's take the phones off hold if we could, real quick. But you just got off the phone, Sam, with the sheriff's office? What I'm seeing is 4 ethanol cars have come off the rails and nearby homes are being evacuated. Again, this is according to scanner chatter. This is near Wartrace. What did you find out on the phone?
So I called the sheriff's office, got a representative on the phone, and she told me that she doesn't have any information detail-wise she could give me because literally every deputy in the county is out on the call right now. But there is a confirmed derailment in Bedford County, as you said, near Wartrace.
All right, let's see if the phones, folks, if you're around that area, call us, let us know, 615-737-9986. Thank you very much. Boy, Jay, it's been a minute since I've given the phone number, apparently, because I just blanked out right there.
Blanked out. Yeah, it happens.
Well, men of a certain age and all. Anyway, so, yeah, or if you know what's going on, send us Debbie T says that she just drove by it. Yeah. Debbie, let us know what's going on.
Yeah, I see that.
615-737-9986, because that's, obviously we all know that those train derailments, especially if there's chemicals, can be very problematic, especially if there's rivers and that kind of a thing around. What do you got, Sam?
Got a guy on the line said he just drove right by it.
All right, hold on. Guy that just drove right by it. What do you got? What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Hello?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I didn't know if you was talking to me. I didn't get the name. Yes, my wife works at the store, and it's right there by the derailment, and she just messaged me and said that they're evacuating people. There are 5 to 6 carts that are rode over, waiting on fire marshals to get there to get people to go ahead to start evacuating them out of the zone.
All right,
So whatever that zone is, I don't know. She said there is chemicals on board.
Okay, but there's nothing like, there's no fire or anything.
No, there's no fire. To our knowledge, no, there's no fire, sir.
Okay, and can I just ask, how heavily populated is this area?
Wartrace is a small town. It's right outside of Shelbyville. It's a small, pulled-up town, man. I mean, there's people that live in it, but as in business-wise, there's a couple mom-and-pop businesses, a little square right there, right beside the train track. But the train itself, the derailment, is going out of town towards Normandy. So it's like right there on the edge of Wartrace.
All right, thanks very much for your call. I very much appreciate it. All right, so...
Yeah, Dan and Debbie T., who is communicating on the text line, she has sent some photos, and you can see the cars rolled over, laying on their sides.
Yeah, boy, you sure can.
Yeah, and Wartrace, not all that far from Tullahoma as well, so that the part of the area we're referring to.
Okay, well, you know what? If you are in that area and you want to send us some text messages, 615-737-9986, we'll continue to try to get information as well on this because he called the Wartrace a podunk town. I've never been to Wartrace. I've heard it's beautiful this time of year. But, just stay safe. And if you want to shoot us some information, feel free. And we're going to try to compile information here as well on Nashville's Morning News. So we're talking to Matthew Hurd about the SAVE Act, just real quick, and how the Republicans in the Senate are not going to be able to get this passed. Republicans in the House have been able to get it passed. Hans von Spakovsky is going to join us here in a few minutes to talk about what is in the SAVE Act, although to be perfectly honest, I don't know why, because it's not going to pass. Got a lot more straight ahead, though. It is Nashville's Morning News. A lot of other things I want to talk to Hans about as well. It's all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
757 Nashville's Morning News, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. I love these folks because they're always looking for ways to make you feel better, and they're also looking for ways to save you money. Now, right now, they've got a brand new piece of machinery. It's called the HydroWave. And this is, again, a new piece of machinery that can help you feel better fast. They, of course, have non-surgical spinal decompression as well. That's what I went through. I didn't go through the HydroWave. This was a long time ago that I was, a fixture over at the Wellness Institute of Nashville with all of my chronic back and neck pain. But Dr. Kevin Mitchell, he fixed me right up. Now, listen, if you have back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, they can help you at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, whether it is with that non-surgical spinal decompression or that new HydroWave. Right now, they are offering the 2026 special, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression for the new year. So call them, tell them Dan Landis told you to reach out, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. Don't forget, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression therapy, 615-246-5009. The website, painisbad.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis. You know, one of the things that I always loved about Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is that when you're a member of the Beehive Club, they are there like that. So if something goes wrong with your heating, air, your plumbing, whatever, this is the company to call. Let me give you a phone number that's going to help you out. 615-775-7833. They have been with me for over a decade. They have saved me time, money, and comfort. They can help you in 2026, here in January and every month. But here in January, they've got some great deals for you on HVAC. You can get 0% financing for 18 months, a complimentary UV light with any new unit install, and a free 5-year labor upgrade. That is a $750 value from my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. If indoor quality is your concern, you can take 15% off UV lights when you book a premium duct cleaning. And here's one opportunity that I really do recommend. You buy one Beehive membership, you get one free for a friend. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call him, tell him Dan told you to reach out, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com, your comfort, our mission.
It is 2 minutes past 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll get you that weather forecast. I know you're wanting to know what's going on with that. We'll also have the latest traffic. Anti-Trump protest planned today. ABC's Lionel Moyes is in New York.
This morning, protests are planned across the country to mark the one-year anniversary of President Trump's second inauguration. The group Women's March organizing walkouts at 2 p.m. today to protest Trump's policies. As for the president, he's traveling to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum to talk housing affordability. But his threat to take over Greenland is overshadowing all discussions.
DOJ officials say the protesters who disrupted church services in St. Paul, Minnesota on Sunday were, quote, anti-Christian, anti-law enforcement rioters. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio is reporting on the investigation that's underway.
The Justice Department says it's investigating after video posted online by Black Lives Matter shows protesters entering that church in St. Paul, where they say one of the pastors is a local ICE official. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says the protest interrupting a church service is a potential violation of the FACE Act.
The FACE Act is the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act of 1994. It makes it illegal to obstruct or prevent people from obtaining reproductive health services or exercising religious freedoms in places of worship. Speaking in Davos, Switzerland this morning at the World Economic Forum, EU Commission President Ursula von Leyen responding to President Trump's threat of tariffs against European nations who oppose the U.S. acquiring Greenland.
The European Union and the United States have agreed to a trade deal last July. And in politics, as in business, a deal is a deal. And when friends shake hands, it must mean something.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. We have an injury crash up in Goodlettsville, Conference Drive, just north of Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. Also, another crash, Vietnam Veterans Boulevard eastbound, just before Big Station Camp Boulevard. That's around exit 12. A crash also 40 westbound at Stewart's Ferry Pike in Hermitage. And in the Jolton area, 24 eastbound, just before Whites Creek Pike. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
8:08, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Dan Mandis here, along with Jay Harper, in for Joan Jones. Joan returns tomorrow, and Sam Rutherford is here as well. And we're trying to get information on this train derailment in or near War Trace. And so there is, it just happened a little bit ago. And so apparently there are, 5 or 6 cars. We had a couple of calls. 5 or 6 cars have derailed. There was, from what we understand, and we don't know a lot, but I'm being told that some ethanol may have been leaked, and they're evacuating homes. They say that online, Southern Tennessee Weather is tweeting this out, that Bug Scuffle Road is closed at this time. You seem to have, Sam, you told me off the air, number one, this is right near a high school.
Yeah.
So that's a problem because at 8:09, kids are just getting to school now. There's no, it's not winter break or anything, right? No, of course not. So it's January 15th.
We just had MLK Day yesterday. So
yeah, that's right.
They might have been out yesterday, but they're back today. And the tracks appear, we don't know exactly where this train is derailed, but the tracks appear to run quite literally right by the high school. And then on the south end towards Normandy, they run by a fish hatchery over by Normandy Lake. So,
and this is close to a lake, because one of the questions I had was, is this close to a river, a lake, a waterway, that kind of a thing? Because obviously you don't want chemicals leaking into, a waterway as well. So, I mean, we don't know a whole lot. As a matter of fact, we had called the Bedford County Sheriff's Office, whoever it was, and they didn't really give us a whole lot of information. So what we know is that there's been a train derailment, War Trace. Evacuations are happening. Apparently, Bug Scuffle Road is closed. This was near the high school. The phone number is 615-737-9986. I don't know anything else to report on it other than their evacuations. All the deputies apparently in town are at the train derailment. We don't know if anybody has been hurt on the train. You've got a conductor, a couple of conductors. I don't know how many people work on a train these days, but we'll keep you updated as the information comes forward. I mean, Jay, you got anything else on this, or is we pretty much covered it?
Yeah, you pretty well have. Again, I'm digging, trying to find some information as well. And as soon as I have anything to add, I'll certainly cut in.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Jay. And if you have anything on this, friends, 615-737-9986. One person texted into the super text line, said, this is a community of 1,000 people or so. And so obviously it's a very small community. Real quick, and then we're going to move on. Sam, from your estimation, roughly where is this based on what you've seen and what that guy said when he called in at the end of last hour from the area? We got people that are sending us photographs, but it's hard to tell much from the photos. Oh, phone's ringing. Okay, well, we'll have to see what if this is something that, because I'm prepared to move on unless this is somebody that's telling us some pretty good information, because I don't want to, it's pretty far out, but it's important to our listening area if there's been a train derailment and, people are at risk. They don't have a lot of radio, as far as I know, up there in War Trace. And so I want to make sure that we cover this appropriately. So the 5 or 6 cars, Sam is nodding his head like he understands what is going on. Jay, ethanol is apparently what is in these train cars.
Yeah, it's alcohol.
Yeah, which is alcohol. So I guess I don't know. The good news is no. Sometimes when you see these train derailments and there's like explosions and stuff, but it doesn't sound like that's the case. So now it's just perhaps a big cleanup. So. All right, I guess I'm going to move on because we're not hearing anything else from Sam. He is on the phone. If you want to text us in, 615-737-9986 if you are in that area. Let's see here. 2008 says usually there's one engineer and one conductor. I thought it would be the same thing, a conductor and an engineer. I have no idea on these trains. 2 people, they say, work on a train. Jared says no injuries on the train. That's good. Fine. Okay, so I don't know if we can joke about this yet, but 5022 says ethanol is alcohol. There will be some drunk fish. And Casey says the tracks run by Duck River between Normandy Dam and Shelbyville. And so they're, where would you say, I've never been to War Trace. Have you been to War Trace?
I have driven through there, yeah.
So how far is it from Nashville?
Oh, goodness.
Goodness tells me all I need to know. It's way out there.
No, not really. I
No?
mean, I live in Murfreesboro, and I do games at Motlow State in Tullahoma, which is right near War Trace. We're talking about 25, 30 miles from Murfreesboro. So, 50, 60 miles maybe from Nashville.
4515 says, cool little town. Bell Buckle, not far from Shelbyville.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, Bedford County.
Okay. Speaking of chemicals, let's see here. Do you realize how many I have no idea. Hey, Sam, was that somebody calling in some information? Then we're going to move on.
Yeah, just Lisa from Shelbyville wanted to give us a little bit more accurate. She doesn't know exactly where it is, but if it's on Bug Scuffle Road, it's not near the high school in Cascade. It would be on the other side of War Trace towards Normandy, which the train tracks do run directly from where the high school is up in Bell Buckle through War Trace, the little town square area, south into Normandy. So then there's a little area of Bug Scuffle, which is such a Tennessee name. If I'm
do you know what? I didn't want to say anything, but Bug Scuffle. We ought to do a segment on weird road names in Tennessee. You've got Bug Scuffle. What was that? You had one earlier, Jay. Something about Bone Marrow Road.
Yeah. There was we had a traffic accident. It was like Little Bone Marrow Road.
There's Bone Marrow Road and Little Bone Marrow Road because there's Little, or no, Marrowbone because there's Marrowbone.
Is it Marrowbone? Yeah.
Yeah, Marrowbone Lake, which is.
Why do they call it like marrow? Like, is it after like the marrow of a bone?
That's a
where do they
question for Cheatham County people that have lived there for 40 years.
All right, very good. Cheatham County folks, why do they call it Bone Marrow Road?
Marrowbone.
Marrowbone Road. Well, what's your favorite stupid Tennessee road name? Like, we've got 2.
Mine's really dumb.
What is yours?
Out in Springfield, there's a distillery road.
A distillery road?
Yeah.
Why is that dumb? That doesn't sound dumb.
Because I want to steal it.
Oh, you want to steal like the sign?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Like
if you see a gentleman on the back of a green SUV with a Sawzall on Distillery Road, that's not me.
All right, we got to move on. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, cold and sunny, a high of 38, and we'll keep you updated on the train derailment. It doesn't sound like, correct me if I'm wrong, Jay and Sam, but it doesn't sound like any lives are in danger or anything like that. They're evacuating to just, make sure everybody's okay, but it sounds like there's just going to be a big old cleanup. Do I have that right?
That's what it's indicating thus far, unless we hear otherwise. I mean, thankfully there's no explosions and, things like that. So
So I want to change my answer on the weirdest road names.
Are people texting in?
Well, I grokked it. I wanted to say, what are the silliest road names in Tennessee? In your home county of Wilson County in Lebanon, there is Far From Poopin' Road.
What?
Far From Poopin' Road.
How do you spell that? I'm calling BS on this. Far From Poopin' Road?
FARFOM. FROMPOOPEN.
Who did that?
I don't know, but then there's Tater Peeler Road.
Well, now Tater Peeler Road, Nick Barris is always posting about Tater Peeler Road.
Stinking Creek Road. That's
Stinking Creek Road, okay.
Knoxville. Henpeck Lane. Wow, Hamilton County. Pull Tight Hollow.
Henpeck Lane, where all the old couples live.
Spankum Branch.
Okay.
In Moore County. Jackass Hollow in Montgomery County. I'm sure that's in reference to the animal.
Okay, sure.
Butter and Egg Road in Jacksboro.
Mm-hmm.
And Boogertown Road in Sevierville.
Of course. Do you know, there is I don't have time to do this. So I live in my subdivision, right? So they built a massive subdivision next to mine. And you know what they've done? You'll love this, Sam. They have named all of the roads after Guns N' Roses songs.
That's pretty cool.
I think there's a Paradise City Way. No, I you know what's so funny? They put big old gates on this particular road so that we can't actually, the malcontents that live in my subdivision can't get into their subdivision. They put gates up. That's like, you know what? You people are named after a rock band. Don't get all uppity with us.
Pretty decent one to be named after.
I guess. Rocket Queen Lane.
Is there a...
There's not a Rocket Queen Lane. But if you know anything about the song Rocket Queen, that'd be pretty funny if it was.
Sweet Child O' Mine Parkway?
I think there might be. I don't know. And you know what? If Amy's listening, text me some of the streets in there.
I think Far From Poopin' Road wins.
I think Far From Poopin' Road. I want to know who does this.
It's somebody that was far from pooping, apparently. They needed to, but they were far from it. And
maybe they've banned bathrooms there on that road, and so you're not going to... No plumbing on Far From Poopin' Road. Yeah. Do you know what my street is? Moron Lives Here Lane. Thank you. Do you know if people didn't understand my ice joke, by the way, just very quickly? People remember when
YouTubers did.
Did the YouTubers get it?
They were on it.
Because people were like, on the super text line, we don't get the ice joke. Explain the ice joke. I was talking to Matthew Hurt, and he's in California, and they gave him an electric vehicle. And so he was laughing because he was trying to charge an electric vehicle. And I said, as you slowly become a progressive, next thing you know, you're not going to want ice in your drinks. I thought it was funny. I don't even know if Matthew Hurt got that joke.
Did he get it? He's up at 5:30 California time on the far left coast and is charging his EV in a Chase Bank parking lot just to be on Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
Did he? All right. I'm curious as to whether or not he got my joke. Okay, so Jim says he's got a client in that GNR neighborhood. What are some of the roads in that neighborhood? I mean, these are like really big homes. Like these are like $1 million homes. There actually is, I happen to know this for a fact, there is a Hollywood A-list couple that has their Tennessee home in there. I'm not going to say which one because I'm not one of those people that, sees and tells. But there is, okay, so Amy says apparently it's one street, Paradise City Way. I thought there was more than one street in that subdivision. Paradise City Way, whatever, 1 Street. Oh, very good. Anyway, it was, it looks like it's paradise in there. I wouldn't know because I can't get in because of the gates. I guess we're going to move on. It is 8:21, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Let's see. So I know my wife. I love you. I know that there's more than one road in that place. So Burnt House Road in Wilson County. Would you want to live on Burnt House Road?
Sounds cursed.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Wiener, there is a Wiener Road in Nutbush, Tennessee. That can't be right.
No.
Have I been pranked? Have I been pranked, Jay?
I don't know. Maybe that's where Al Gore lives. I don't know.
Oh, look at you. Wiener Road Is there a Nutbush? There's no Nutbush, Tennessee. I think I'm being pranked. Look up and see if there's a Nutbush. Okay. If there is no Nutbush in Tennessee, I am no longer trusting anything I read on the super text line.
So Nutbush is a tiny, unincorporated rural community in Haywood County. Famous as Tina Turner's birthplace along Highway 19 or Tina Turner Highway.
Okay.
So
I'm not going to read any more of these because people do, right? You know what people do on this show, Jay?
Do you remember having the substitute teacher and you'd write the fake name down when they came in? Yeah.
Yes. People.
What do you mean there's no Seymour Butts in this class?
People, Jay, will be like, hold my beer. Let's see if we can get Mandis to say this. They've done that before. And I fall for it I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to fall for it. All right, we got to go. 8:23, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper's got the news at 8:30. Jay.
Yes, live and direct from Nutbush. No, we've got winter weather possibly coming at us this weekend. Also, a rather disturbing incident happening in New Orleans. We'll have those stories coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:23. All right, you can stop texting me. I got it. Tina Turner was born in Nutbush. I've got like 500 text messages telling me that Tina Turner was born in Nutbush. Oh, I like this. Real quick. TB says Matt Murphy was born to live on Jackass Road. See, that's not very nice. I love Murphy Show. By the way, he's back today. Looking forward to his return. Mark Spain Real Estate. Dan Mandis here telling you about my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. Start the year off stress-free and sell your home with Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. You are going to save time, make the most money, and eliminate all that hassle. Don't worry about the hassle of constant cleanings and making costly repairs. With Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer, you can receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry and move when you're ready. No showings, no open houses, and no stress. One of their satisfied clients, Andre, had to say this: I had an excellent experience working with Mark Spain Real Estate. They were professional, knowledgeable, and incredibly responsive. They made what could have been a stressful experience seamless and straightforward. He says, I highly recommend Mark Spain Real Estate, and by the way, so do I. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you are ever going to make, so who you work with matters. They've got over 14,000 five-star reviews, and you can trust the most experienced real estate team in America to sell your home quickly and for top dollar. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. 826 Super Talk 99.7 WTN Loan Pronto. Listen, Loan Pronto has fixed rates right now with APRs as low as 4.89%. That is the lowest in years. Now, smart homeowners are taking advantage of this while they can. So if you got stuck in a 6% loan, you can lower your payment big time with my friends at Loan Pronto. Or you can keep your primary mortgage intact and get cash out of your equity with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Now, one homeowner going through Loan Pronto just got $250,000 out of their home. They paid off all those credit cards, a couple of car loans as well, and they cut their monthly expense by $2,000. Call right now and see what option works best for you, but don't miss the big rate drop of 2026. Now, with Loan Pronto, ask about new home loans, VA loans, full cash out refis, or their famous Rapid Equity Loan. With Loan Pronto, you can close in less than a couple of weeks, and you may be able to skip your next 2 house payments altogether. Call them, tell them I told you to reach out at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online, loanpronto.com, for your free instant home appraisal with no hard credit pull. 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, APR for well-qualified buyers. Visit NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
"31 minutes past 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. The weather is pretty much at the top of our stories this morning as confidence is growing for a significant winter storm to impact Middle Tennessee as well as southern Kentucky over the weekend. Still not real sure about the timing and track of this system just yet, but it's looking, well, we may be seeing a significant travel impact that could start in the mid-state as early as Friday night. Track farther to the south means we'll see less snow across the mid-state, but if it tracks north, Well, we could see quite a bit of snow and perhaps some ice across Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. And if that does indeed happen, the temperatures will probably stay below freezing through Monday, which could cause quite the travel challenge come Monday morning. We now turn to the Big Easy. 4 days after a man was chased into a popular restaurant in New Orleans as he was shot and killed, police don't have any arrests just yet. The reward for information has risen to more than $13,000. But ABC's Jim Ryan says the motive for Kareem Harris's murder is still not clear.
New Orleans Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick suspects that Kareem Harris was specifically singled out by his attacker.
Because it was so targeted, it appears to be a retaliatory type of shooting.
Harris's sister, Kia Simmons, says a group of people had been bothering her brother for some time.
He didn't do anything to make them feel like, oh, we got to kill him.
3 women who were waiting for a table when Harris ran into Dookie Chase's restaurant were wounded, one critically.
Let's take a look at the market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. The Dow is down 685, the S&P down 99, the NASDAQ, it's down 422. That's the latest news, traffic and weather. They're next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Joe, Jane.
Joe, Jane. No problem, Ron.
Don't.
Jay. See what I just did, Chris? So I've been having like Mitch McConnell, Joe Biden moments all day.
You've been glitching?
I've been glitching. I'm like glitchy internet this morning is what I'm like. Anyway, so thankfully my part of the broadcast day is almost over. Thank you, Jay. Love you. 8:33, Dan Mandis here for King and Associates. Now, if you need to save money on insurance, check out my friends at King and Associates Insurance. Now, so many of my listeners have reached out to them, and now they've reached out to me to let me know that they've been able to save and save big with King and Associates Insurance. Now, one guy that I know, his 16-year-old daughter got into a car accident, but they still saved him thousands of dollars when the time came for new insurance. You know why? Because at King & Associates Insurance, they know that life does happen, and as independent agents, they can find you the best deal for you and your family. Now, they're going to weed out the non-competitive companies and find the best options for you and keeping the communications flawless. Now, King & Associates, they are here to help you. If you want to call them, you should. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-321-8121. You owe it to yourself to make that phone call, 615-321-8121. That coworker, by the way, that I was telling you about, he figured out that his old insurance agent was overcharging him for years. So make the switch to King & Associates Insurance, 615-321-8121. Find them online anytime, tkinginsurance.com. That's tkinginsurance.com.
We have a crash in Goodlettsville. It's blocking the left lane of Vietnam Vets westbound just before you get to Conference Drive. An injury crash in Williamson County, Nolensville Road at Rocky Fork Road. And 24 eastbound just past exit 24. We have a crash reported there as well. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.838, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. I'm going to go ahead and introduce Jay first.
I think that's for the best.
You think that's for the best?
I do.
Because I completely shanked his. I called you. What did I say? Joe.
Joe. Yeah. I mean,
it's Joe. Yes. It's Jane. What the hell is his name?
It's a combination of Joan and Jay. I get it. It's.
That's what I did. See, it kind of sort of makes sense.
Yep. See,
it happens.
I got it immediately. You know, when you get so many people jumping in and filling in back here, I mean, you know, let's face it, Joan takes off more time than Johnny Carson did. So, I mean, so you never know who's back here.
Wow.
You never know who's
Shots
back here, Dan.
fired.
I understand. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
No problem, Don.
Do you have the Jane in there too? Because I called him Joe Jane. Didn't I call you Joe Jane?
Man,
I think I did. Thank you, Joe Jane. That's it.
Jane.
Joe Jane. Well, you know why Jane. She's never here, so I forget her name all the time. You know why? Somewhere, Jane is like yelling at the radio right now.
Yep. No, she's still laughing at you over the super texter that got you to say Wiener Road and Nutbush.
Is that a real place? Did you guys figure out if that's a real place?
Nutbush is a real place.
Wiener Road.
Wiener Road is a real place.
In Nutbush.
No.
Okay.
Wiener Road, and actually, do you know what else? There's also a Wiener Road cutoff.
Yes,
no, Wiener Cutoff Road.
Wiener Cutoff. Yeah.
Wiener Cutoff Road.
Expect that in California.
Or Arkansas. I mean, no offense to you Arkansanians out there, but you know.
It may be that if you took the turn to that road too sharply, you risk cutting.
Oh, look at you.
Off.
All right, very good. By the way, so I've been just eviscerated by not only Pamela Furr, not only the lovely Mrs. Mandis, but like at least 100 people on there saying, Nutbush, it's where Tina Turner was born.
I'm seeing all these texts. This is the most text we've ever had about Nutbush.
Well, you know, Chris said he was more of an Ike fan. I don't know. I'm kidding. He did not say that.
Clearly.
Just so we're clear.
Given the industry he's worked in, he's a Chris Brown fan.
Oh. You know, I almost got into a fight with Chris Brown one time.
Really?
Like an actual fist fight.
Did you throw Rihanna in front of yourself?
No. So I was at a radio station in Richmond. And I was doing top 40 music, and that's his hometown.
Right.
So he's trying to make a comeback after the Rihanna thing. And they said, hey, do you want to do an interview with Chris? And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do an interview with Chris. That's fine. And he came into the studio, and he looked at the logo of the radio station. He goes, y'all don't even play my S. I'm like, excuse me? And he goes, y'all don't even play my S. And I was like.
And he's saying the word.
Yeah, he's saying the word. So I said, actually, historically, we are the #1 pop station in the country that has played your records the most because you're a hometown guy. He goes, yeah, but you don't play my new one. So I said, well, we're a top 40 station. What number is it out on the charts? And he said, what did you just say to me? And I had these computer monitors that spin around, and there's a site called Mediabase that tracks airplay for records, so you can see where it is on the charts. And it was open. So I spun my computer around and showed him. I said, what number?
Wow.
And then he said, why am I even doing this interview, blood? We out of here. We getting the F out of here. And I said, you're a gang member now, Chris? And my operations manager was in the room becoming part of the wallpaper as all this went down. And then he stormed off.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Damn straight we did.
So when he said that, why aren't you playing my S? You could have said, well, because it's S.
It's true. We put too much emphasis on the S.
There you go. Jay, that was funny. Courtesy. You ever got a courtesy laugh from Jay Harper? Because I've been getting those all morning. I have. I've been glitching all day.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks. And you didn't know with War Trace, none of you guys knew that it's home to the famed Strawberry Festival every May.
No, I didn't know that.
You guys are missing out.
Strawberry
It's
Festival?
a heck of a strawberry
Is it
festival.
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's awesome.
I got to go to War Trace, apparently.
You got it. People love it.
Well, yeah, because of the strawberries.
Yes.
All right, so. Well, we hope that everybody's okay because of the train derailment.
Yeah, well, that's crazy, man.
Did you hear, I got to ignore the super text line, Greg Gutfeld go after Jessica Tarlov yesterday?
So I didn't hear the clip, but I did see the memes. Have you ever seen the slap fight?
Yes.
So I saw a meme where they superimposed Jessica Tarlov's head over one of the slappers and Greg Gutfeld's head over one of the slappers, and he took her out. So I'm assuming this is some fire. Is this gas?
Oh, this is. So listen to this.
This isn't about immigration. It isn't about ICE. It isn't about Trump. It is about suicidal empathy that is driven by a rescue fantasy. You have all of these young, middle-aged women going out there because they have some kind of emptiness in their lives that are going out there in this kind of rescue delusion, helping people they don't know, strangers who are guilty of crimes. How can you defend that? This is not protesters going to a church. That is a mob. The people that invented the phrase safe spaces are breaking it up, frightening kids, right? These are the people that call us fascists and they're hunting people. These are the people that claim to defend women and yet are defending men who abuse women. These are the people that call us homophobic and yet they want to out ICE guys for using, I don't know, gay sex apps. Let's be honest here. Fry's a pussy. He's scared of these people, or else he would stand up for it. Calling it love? There's no such thing as a mob with love.
Oh, there's more. But, you heard what Megyn Kelly said. Did we do this on the air? Megyn Kelly said the reason why all these women, you see them out there protesting is because they're not getting any nookie.
Oh, I did not hear that.
That's what Megyn Kelly said.
I think a lot of it is the women have an instinct to protect. And then they become 40-year-old catwomen with no kids of their own, and then they still have that pull. So then they do it for these strangers.
Why don't they just get more cats? I mean, if you want to protect, get a cat. Don't adopt the raping gang member illegal alien. Didn't that make more sense?
Yeah, but a lot of them fear dying alone, and we know what happens if you die near cats.
You become cat chow.
You do.
You become cat chow.
People don't think it'd be like it is, but it do.
Here's more from Craig Gutfeld.
Imagine showing this tape to Don Lemon 10 years ago.
Don Lemon. Of course, we all know Don Lemon, right?
15 years ago. And saying, is this where you saw yourself, Lemon? Crashing a church service, scaring kids, attacking a pastor? Was this your hope and dream to do this? Radicalization is gradual. Black Lives Matter is now bad guys matter. And now you'll defend anything. You're defending rapists. These are the people you're defending.
He's right.
Oh, he's absolutely right. Did you hear what I'm sure you probably heard on the way in? I think I played it twice, what Don Lemon had to say for himself.
Oh, about how the church was full of white nationalists?
The church is full of white nationalists, and the churchgoers are entitled, and it's all about, white supremacy, and all of the outrage is because he's a gay black man.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's so popular.
Be real popular in prison.
Here's more from Greg Gutfeld.
Where are the police? When you have Hamas supporters and Jewish students, police make the separation. Antifa, Proud Boys, police make the separation. Pro-life and feminists, police make the separation. Somehow, that separation is not even here, even when the leaders are framing this as protesters versus persecutors, because that's part of this fantasy world that you live in, and yet they decide that they don't need cops to separate it. The ICE agents aren't supposed to deal with that. That's what the police do. So you got to ask yourself, why aren't the police there? Because it's a deliberate thing to create this spectacle.
And that's kind of cleaned up because I left out the part where he basically told Jessica Tarloff, you had your chance. Now let me talk. I mean, it was, how does she get up in the morning?
How much does she get paid?
I don't know. She gets her butt kicked like every day.
Is there an amount of money that you could go and just be owned every single day on national TV?
I'd take $250.
That's it? That's all it would cost you?
Well, I work in radio, so I'm used to being broke.
That's fair.
So,
True.
How about you?
I don't know. To be like roasted like that every day? Like at least $1 million.
Well, okay, so in fairness to me...
I got kids I got to go home and have some respect with, you know?
And you know what? They have to live in New York. If I had to live in New York or like D.C., I'd go with at least $750 to $1 million.
Yeah.
If they wanted to pay me more, that'd be fine too. But I could also be like Scott Jennings and, we could teach him a thing or two.
That's true.
CNN pays Scott Jennings $500,000 a year.
And he deserves it, man. Scott Jennings.
Wasn't he trying to be poached? Aren't people trying to poach him? Like there's
CBS
talks,
tried to poach him.
And then there's talks of him running for senator in Kentucky.
No, that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen anymore?
Let me ask you this. Would you run for Senate?
Not if I was Scott Jennings, no.
No way.
Why would you?
Did you see the...
It'd be almost like a Bongino type move, right? Like where you kind of mess up your credibility a little bit.
Yeah.
I still like Dan, but he went in there, and you know what happened.
Dan Bongino and Hegseth and Pam Bondi, and just so we're clear, I think Hegseth is actually doing a really good job.
Agreed.
But Bongino and Pam Bondi went in there talking smack about the Epstein files, and we know, and they went in there and they hit a lot of roadblocks, and so they talked big, didn't perform, and I appreciate what Bongino did, and I wish him the best of luck, but they went in talking big and they didn't perform.
And I mean, you have to think a guy like Scott Jennings, who is just a media star at this point, has the same. That's worked into the calculation.
Yeah.
If I become a senator and then it's just nothing good happens, then do I go back to media? And then do you have the same credibility?
Yeah, but then he's got 6 years where he's got to suffer being in the Senate.
Yep, exactly.
And he's just, he's got the podcast, the radio, he's got the thing on CNN. He's doing really well. And I don't remember what senators make offhand for a salary, although as we know, they
put it into a good savings account, and it usually grows.
Sure, into tens of millions of dollars.
You find a good credit union, anybody can do it.
Absolutely.
So Grok estimates, this is from Celebrity Net Worth, that Tarloff makes somewhere between $900,000 and $2 million annually from her Fox spot. I don't know how accurate that.
I don't believe that.
That's they're saying is the most relevant information on what is.
Did
the most
she make
recent.
somewhere upwards of $2 million?
Potentially. Fox doesn't do full disclosures on salaries like other places.
So if you're a conservative and you want to make that kind of money, you're probably you'd have to take the fall in some of these arguments, right? Would you? Is there a price tag on taking the fall to the liberal arguments?
Boy, that's a great question.
Yeah, you're almost like the Washington Generals to the Harlem Globetrotters.
Exactly. Is there a price on that?
Very good. Very good.
I think it would have to be like, am I going to make a bonus if I win the argument, or do I just shut up and keep my, normal salary?
It's not. I don't think it would be taking the fall. I think it's letting the other side have the last word. And so I would be willing for $2 million to kick the living crap out of them, but then allow them to have the last word.
And then end it with getting their name wrong.
Yeah.
They would call me. What did I call you, Jay? John Jay? Joe Jane. Joe Jane. There you go. Joe Jane.
And Dan's writing that down so he doesn't forget what he called you when he forgot your actual name.
You know what? You'd think, Jay, that I'd write down your actual name so that I wouldn't forget it, but I'm actually writing down Joe Jane because moving forward, that's going to be your name whenever you're on Nashville's morning.
Well, I'm
news.
here to take the fall.
Yep. Pam Bondi is the roadblock, says 4460. 8824. Do I bother to say what 8824 is saying?
There will be so many texters that are going to claim that we're getting paid if we read that message. So you might as well.
8824. So excited. I'm going to In-N-Out today. You know what? I didn't say to Matthew Hurt. He's in California. I know that they've got an In-N-Out in Santa Barbara where he is. I didn't ask him if he was going to, take his electric little vehicle there and have a vegan burger at In-N-Out.
A little electric boogaloo down to In-N-Out.
That's exactly right.
Do you think he'd get it with the lettuce instead of the bun like Joan?
Yes.
But have the fries?
That's a commie move.
With an oat milk latte.
Oh, that is very good. All right, very good. Do we have anything else? So you've heard what?
No, that I was just waiting. I was going to see how long the awkward silence would go before you had to jump in. You know anything else? And I just waited.
Well, because we know that I am just like a vomit talker, right? I cannot do the dead air.
No.
So the only time I'll ever intentionally have dead air is when I'm asking an awkward question and letting just the awkward happen.
You got to let it breathe.
Let it breathe. And then you pressure the other person to actually finally say something, right? I've done that before. People have done it to me all the time. And you know what? I fall for it every damn time.
Hashtag trendsetter, baby.
I say things like that. Whatever. All right. Chris, is it?
Yes, that would be. It is Chris.
You know what? Call me Brain Glitch Mandis today.
All right.
That's what my show has been like.
Little Glitchy would be your hip hop name. We got a lot to talk about today. Democrat reaction from the church raid, the protest, quote unquote, the riot. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Don Lemon's reaction. He's playing the victim. I know you're surprised by this. We'll also talk about midterms and more.
I could be known as D-Glitch.
D-Glitch.
D-Glitch, right?
It sounds like you're cleaning up a system, though.
D-Glitch. Joe Jane, you like that? D-Glitch?
Yeah, sure, Dan. Whatever makes you feel better.
You got to get to the break now.
Oh, sorry. 8:54. And Jay, what's coming up?
Okay.
What?
He looked at his notes. Let the record show.
Yeah, I know. I was expecting you to call me Joe James.
Joe James.
Anyway, all right. Hey, we're all wondering what the world's happening with our weekend weather. We'll get into that. And also the U.S. military, will they be sent into Minnesota? We'll have those stories at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 8:54 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Contours. All right, so here's what's going on. I don't have my Contours copy, Chris, because I threw it out because they gave me a new copy, and it's a whole comedy of errors. But I'm going to do this from memory, all right?
Let's go.
So here's the great thing about Contours, right?
Tell me.
Is you can get the Belly Buster Special, $99, and if you're one of the first 10 callers right now, you can get that Belly Buster Special for only $99. I don't remember the phone number, but you can go to contoursllc.com.
Nailed it.
I did nail it. Wasn't that awesome?
Well, you're losing inches off your waistline. Who needs a phone number at a time like this? We need to go straight to the website.
And do you know what else I'm doing, by the way? I'm doing the red light technology facials right now.
There you go.
And
did they put the red light mask on you?
Yeah, actually, they have been. And I've been going through it, and two things are true. Number one, for a guy who has trouble sleeping, every time they put that mask on me, I fall asleep. Number two, even Amy says that my forehead is looking a lot better, and the fault line that I have on the right side of my face apparently is less faulty as well.
Let's go.
So if you want to check out Contours, it's contoursllc.com. Check them out. This is a great company, and I'll have the phone number tomorrow. Anyway, we love our friends at Contours. I got a lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Soon.
8:56 on WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Vision for Life and Dr. Jeff Horn. Dan Mandis here. Whether you are 20, 40, or 60 years old, Vision for Life has the right procedure to help you see clearly without glasses or without contacts. So if you are tired of dealing with blurry vision,
Check out my friends at Vision for Life and Dr. Horn. This is the name you need to know in Nashville. Now, they have helped thousands of people finally break free from glasses and contacts. Now, what makes Vision for Life different is that your treatment is tailored just for you. There is no cookie cutter approach. No. With Vision for Life, this is a program designed just for you. 615-436-2020. 615-436-2020. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. VisionForLife.com. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Anybody have anything to say on the Super Text line regarding that last bit? D-Glitch is my new rap name. My new hip-hop name is D-Glitch.
Hip-Hop Anonymous.
Hip-Hop Anonymous.
We need to get you a chain and a grill.
I'm not going to do the grill.
You got to go full Louis.
Going to go full Louis?
Yeah.
No, I could do the grill, sure. Except, I had all that teeth whitening and all that stuff done. So it seems to me like that's a waste of teeth whitening if I go and get the grill done. But I would do the chain.
Okay.
I'd do the chain. I don't know where to get one.
Would you let it hang low? Shh. Would you let it wobble to the flow?
Sure.
It's a song. It's an actual song.
No, that's all good and well. You know what? Here's what I need to do. I need to figure out where all the salespeople park with their BMWs and just grab one of the BMW things off the front of their car. So one of the salespeople, if you go outside, or maybe the managers and stuff, if you walk outside, your BMW hood ornament is missing. That's me.
Yep. Just Mandis things.
That's just a Mandis thing. The D-Glitch has struck again. You know what, though? I'm like D-Glitch light. I'll just get the hood ornament of a Camry.
There you go.
That'd be me.
Yeah.
That's me.
It's just a RAV4 chain. You took off your own car.
That's what I could do. Is my show over yet? Because for the love of all that is holy, it's been a terrible show.
Call him Toyota, the way he plays with the liberals.
It has not.
Oh, look at you, Sam. Very good. All right, news with Joe Jane is coming up next. Jay, thank you for showing up today to endure all of this abuse. It is 9 o'clock on WTN.
It is 9 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. One of the top stories is weather, and Middle Tennessee might be in for a wintry weekend. A storm system is expected to move in late Friday night and could last through early Sunday morning on into Monday. Saturday, though, is likely to be the day with the most impact. The exact timing and types of precip, still trying to figure that out. It could be rain, could be snow, could be ice, could be all of that. The storm could affect areas from Texas all the way to the Carolinas. Middle Tennessee, though, could be in the crosshairs for a good bit of snow. Current predictions, though, suggest that there could be up to a 40% chance of at least 3 inches of snow, maybe more, and some minor ice accumulation also possible, especially south of I-40.